Everybody, welcome to the Hang Up here on the line. I'm Matt Dillahunty. I'm glad you guys were able to join us. Here's what's going on, and I got a handful of relevant news articles. As I mentioned on Sunday, the FIFA Peace Prize recipient has violated the law, it seems, in order to start a war. And it's predictable. It's obviously to distract from the 5 E's: the election, the economy, empty promises, Epstein, and everything else, like ego and tiny penis syndrome and addled brain and greed and whatever. And so the question is, why are we at war? Why did we, and I get it. They won't say we're at war, but they will say we're at war. But we haven't declared a war, but we're definitely at war. The language that they're using and tossing around about this is very telling. I mean, the Secretary of War calls it war, then doesn't. And Mark Wayne Mullen, who can't even figure out who's president, has referred to President Hegseth as well. He calls it a war and then uncalls it a war. Oh, no, we haven't declared war. They declared war on us or something. I don't know. But when you listen to the reasons why, I mean, I thought it was because in his first administration, Trump tore up the Iran deal and then bombed them a year or so ago in order to shut down their ability to keep being a nuclear or potential nuclear threat. And then that didn't work very well. So we're here trying to fix this again when we had a deal going. But Trump said that it was because Iran was an imminent threat of nuclear material and ICBMs. But Rubio said they weren't enriching in uranium, and our intel suggested that they were a long range from ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. And then Trump tossed around the idea that it was about regime change, but then Pete Hegseth said it wasn't regime change, but the regime sure changed. And Rubio said that we attacked because Israel was going to attack, and that we figured we would be retaliated against. And so we had to kind of beat them to the punch. But then Trump said that Israel didn't force his hand. He forced theirs. He's in charge. And Trump's now announcing that we can fight forever. There's rumors of Cuba being next. We have the first casualties, and that is 4 Army reservists from Des Moines, Iowa. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Nicole Moore, Sergeant First Class Noah Teachins, and Sergeant Declan Cody, and 2 additional unnamed soldiers at a tactical operations center in Kuwait that was hit by an Iranian drone. The Strait of Hormuz has been closed, so oil prices are surging. The Dow's dropped 1,000. Have you seen the Dow, though? Have you seen the Dow? You pay attention to that Dow. China and Russia are siding with Iran, and we've reportedly killed over 1,000 Iranians, including over 180 children. This is the start of World War III, unless the United States citizens get together and act now to stop it. There's going to be, I think, a vote tomorrow, if I'm correct, unless it's been delayed, on War Powers Act. This is the result of a toxic mix of Christian nationalism, billionaire greed, pedophile, sex trafficker protection, and avoidance of consequences. I've heard a lot of people talk about this. I think it was Kyle Kalinske who dubbed the U.S. and Israel as the axis of Epstein. And well, Kyle and I don't always agree on everything. We're agreeing on more and more, and I definitely think that's the way it feels. The axis of Epstein. We live in a world now where the older folks are, of course, getting stupider, as we always do. But so are the younger folks. For the first time since we started tracking IQ and reading comprehensions, they've gone down. Gen Z is the first generation with lower IQ and reading comprehension scores than the previous one. And I watched someone pointing out that the narrative in Iran has completely changed amongst the young people. The young people, of course, were getting bits and pieces of, United States pop culture, and couldn't figure out why their parents and grandparents had hated America. We were just potentially rounding a corner where the next generation wasn't going to necessarily hate us, but now their view is going to be that the United States are the ones who either SA kids or protect the people who SA kids, or we're the ones who slaughter kids because that's what they're seeing. I talked on Sunday about the Texas primary, and actually I talked last week about it too. We went and voted. James Tallarico has won the Democratic primary for Senate. Jasmine Crockett called him today to concede, although she also has a legal challenge, which she is pursuing because there was some chicanery here and confusion about the elections. And I think her legal challenge needs to be heard because it can protect other people running for office. And we can expose some of the mess here. But she has urged Democrats to support Tallarico and the other nominees in order to make every attempt to turn Texas blue. I've got a couple more stories to get through today. This next one has a couple of clips. And by the way, we're doing a vertical video for some people. I mean, some of you on YouTube are not seeing it, but some of you are. So welcome. This is a live call-in show, and we'll be putting up the number and the details shortly, 720-619-2288. But Christine Noem was facing questions. I think it was from the Oversight Committee. And along with being asked if she was having sex with Corey Lewandowski, which she refused to answer, which is basically a yes, and everybody already knew it. And he's a special government employee who's essentially in charge of all kinds of stuff, despite his repeated corruption and problems. She hired ad companies to produce these wonderful ads where she gets to cosplay in all kinds of uniforms and outfits and talk about getting rid of illegals. And Department of Homeland Security had their budget exploded hugely by, I think, an order of magnitude. And despite that, FEMA has gotten worse. And she spent a bunch of money on really nifty airplanes. But I'm going to start with this one about a $220 million ad campaign that let her do the cosplaying. $143 million of that went to a company called Safe America or Save America. I think it's Safe America, Save America Media. If we can roll that clip to start with.
Madam Secretary, I'll read from the notice from your agency. Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States, you identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media company. Where is Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website.
So instead of having open bid, they're basically saying that it's so urgent that we get this stuff done that we can't have an open bid process. And they submitted the paperwork that said we're not going to have an open bid. And they found 4 companies, and they awarded one to this company, Safe America Media. She doesn't know where they're headquartered. Neither does anybody else. Go ahead, play.
We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll tell you about it.
According to
Madam
law.
Secretary, the
address
is registered to a political operative. Madam Secretary, the company, and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days.
So we're seeking an ad company, and we picked 2 of them. One of them got $143 million to produce these ads. It's never done any work for the government, doesn't have a website. We can't find a headquarters. And it was incorporated 8 days before this contract. Go ahead and play.
Days before this contract went out. You want the American people to believe that this is all above board?
Yes,
that $143 million of taxpayer money just happened to go to this one company that doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a website, has never done work for the federal government before, and is registered apparently or attached to a residence from a political operative. And of course, one of the subcontractors of that contract, as you know, is a political firm that's tied to you back when you were governor of South Dakota. The reason why I ask these questions is that this is taxpayer money. And I presume, I don't know this for a fact, but Senator Tillis noted yesterday the way in which your agency is blocking the Inspector General from 11 different investigations that it is trying to conduct. I don't know if this happens to be one of them. I certainly hope it is, because eventually the facts will become public in this regard. And there are serious laws implicated, conflict of interest laws, federal procurement laws, that I believe
All
merit...
followed. All done correctly, all
Was it-
done legally.
all done correctly.
14 billion impressions from that
the-
marketing campaign.
sure.
It was money spent in this country and in 8
Was.
different countries.
She's going to go on to suggest that the campaign was a success because people self-deported themselves, which is completely irrelevant to whether or not this was done illegally, whether it was justified, or whether this is just her cosplaying as one of her many roles. We can end this clip and go on to the next clip. The next clip is actually the first one I saw, but I wanted to save it. It's Jamie Raskin. And I've cut a bit out of this. There's a lot more here. But he pointed out what ICE has done, including the deaths of a number of individuals, and this thing that you're seeing in the freeze frame, that ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. That's a Bush-appointed judge in Minnesota. But in addition, there were other questions that were tossed up about whether or not she's banging Corey Lewandowski and what his actual position is and all kinds of things like that. But Jamie Raskin goes on to address some more things about the money she's spending in-house. So go ahead and play that.
Oh, 1 second. I'm not getting audio from this one. Let me double check what's going on there. Here we go. Let's try that again.
And while you make a daily mockery of our courts and our Constitution, you're treating the billions of dollars our colleagues showered on your department like a personal slush fund. You budgeted an astonishing $220 million for media consultant contracts so you can star in self-promoting photo shoots and lavish ad campaigns like this one of you riding horseback at Mount Rushmore, which was shot during last year's government shutdown. You're living rent-free in the official waterfront residence reserved for the commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard. You spent $172 million to buy not one, but 2 luxury jets for your travel, and now you're using taxpayer funds.
2 luxury jets. The big, beautiful bill ramped up DHS's budget, and she's used it to buy 2 luxury jets. Go ahead and continue. Hear what she did.
To lease a 3rd jet, a $70 million luxury 737 MAX with a queen-size bedroom in the back, a deluxe serving bar, and 4 flat-screen TVs. A big, beautiful jet paid for by the big, beautiful bill. Yesterday, under questioning the Senate, you said you plan to refurbish this jet to make it into this kind of airplane, which is what's actually being used for deportations in order to save the taxpayers' money. In other words, you're saying that's actually a deportation plane, but wouldn't it have been cheaper just to buy a deportation plane in the first place? It's like buying a Rolls Royce to turn into a Metro bus.
Exactly. So it's easier to get forgiveness than it is to get permission, and it's easier just to be corrupt and hope that your side wins so that you never wind up in prison. I can't wait for her to go to prison. I'm excited. I hope Corey Lewandowski gets visitation rights because they're awful enough to actually deserve each other. It is my birthday month. and it is also the birthday month for my guest. And we're going to sit here tonight and take calls and super chats until we just can't stand it anymore. And your support allows us to keep going here until the fascist regime comes for us. But there's one final story I want to address because it got shared at an astonishing rate. And let me pull up my news article because I am friends with, full disclosure, and a huge fan of Hemant Mehta, otherwise known as the Friendly Atheist. There was a news story that got passed around and was, I don't know, starting to go viral, claiming that troops were told that this war is for Armageddon. Some of you may have seen it. It's got this picture. And when I first saw it, two different people sent it to me. And I replied at least to one of them, if not both of them, that I don't trust the source. Jonathan Larson posted the first one, and he got the information from Mikey Weinstein of the Military Religious Freedom Foundation. Now, full disclosure, I've met Mikey at an atheist convention at some point. I don't like him. I don't fully know why. It's just one of those things where he seemed self-promotional and hyperbolic, but I couldn't confirm any of my issues. And so I just really didn't have anything to do with him. And so when I saw the source, I was immediately, ooh, hang on a second, because I've always had a problem with the Military Religious Freedom Foundation, which it turns out is a 501c3, and I don't even understand that, given all the information. If you read this article, and by the way, not only do I recommend you go look up Friendly Atheist, subscribe, read this article, but you should do stuff like this in order to avoid sharing potential misinformation. And even in this article, it's worth noting, Emmett doesn't have any reason to doubt that there are sources and that the MRFF is doing good things, and that may be. It got passed around on a bunch of subreddits. It got passed around in The Guardian, The New Republic, and so it seemed like a good news story. He's reached out to Weinstein, and they've had their issues before as well. But Emmett notes, if a commander in the military was arguing that this war was part of a religious crusade, why did no other media organization report the story? Why is it? I get that they've done a pretty decent job, evidently, of letting secular folks in the military know that they can reach out to the Military Religious Freedom Foundation to let them know what's going on. But why did all these soldiers not take their complaints to credible military reporters, or rather decide to share it with a relatively obscure organization? And I'll get to the relative obscurity of that. There were supposedly 110 similar complaints in every branch of the military spread out over 40 units, but the MRFF is the only outlet to hear about this. And the theological concerns, while Pete Hegseth is a Christian nationalist and Doug Wilson's his pastor, they very rarely make theological arguments for their, the justification for their actions. But this email, he got a copy of it that was edited and manipulated by Weinstein, and Weinstein wouldn't send him the original. And interestingly, it says, I'm a rank withheld in our unit. This morning, our commander opened up the combat readiness status briefing by urging us to not be afraid as to what is happening with our combat operations in Iran right now. He urged us to tell our troops that this was all part of God's divine plan, and he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation, referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. He said that President Trump had been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return on earth. That was in this letter. There were also a number of other things. Emmett notes that this letter is almost perfectly written. It points out that the writer represents several of the people who run the gamut demographically, and they thank the MRFF for everything, as always. But that letter sounds a lot like this letter regarding Christian-only prayer services that was posted last month, written very similarly, or this letter on the Commander's New Testament costume party from 2024. He's highlighted the similarities between the letter, or this letter from 2023 about how officers needed to pray to prevent a government shutdown, or this one from 2023 from a concerned Marine. It seems that military members, as Emmett notes, I could play this game forever because every email published by MRFF sounds virtually identical. It's always one person representing tons of other people who totally exist, all of whom have a variety of religious backgrounds, and only MRFF can help them. Does everyone in the military have the exact same writing style? That'd be unusual to say the least. And by the way, a thing that I don't think that Hammett notes is that we don't, like, did they, all of these people over the course of multiple years all write the exact same way about the same stuff, and they only ever wrote to MRFF? Their most recent Form 990 from 2024 reveals that they took in over $750,000 that year. And Weinstein is the only paid employee earning about half of what the organization took in donations. With that kind of money, though, there should be even more responsibility in making sure the stories that are shared are detailed and verified and thorough enough to undergo scrutiny. There's no way to verify any of this. And he talks about what Weinstein said to him as well in their interview. I highly recommend people go read it. But I went and did some digging myself because the MRFF has a YouTube channel. Oh, we're not quite there. Cool. I was checking on something. So the MRFF has a YouTube channel with 1,377 subs. We have almost that many people watching the live right now, and we're just getting started. I'm confident it'll be over 1,300 here shortly. It posts very, very short videos, like 1 to 3 minutes, every couple weeks or a month. There are very few videos over 5 minutes. They don't have many subscribers. They don't get many views. By the way, for the record, we're 23 minutes into tonight's show right now, and I'm about to wrap up and bring Jimmy in. So that'll show you the difference. In the first 5 minutes, I barely got through what was going on with the war. How can you be updating people with 30-second, 1 minute, 2 minute videos on anything substantive? And I guess it doesn't matter because you're not getting any views. His Twitter has 6,000 subs with no posts ever, it seems, but he might have left Twitter. I did. It is a 501c3 organization. They have a website, and the estimated traffic after going to 5 different traffic aggregate analysis sites ranges from 200 to 1,500 views per month. And their Facebook page literally has its bio that says, the Military Religious Freedom Foundation fights to protect the constitutional separation of church, and then stops. That's it. So this organization that took in $750,000 in donations, whose only employee gets around half of that in compensation. And I would bet that out of the rest of it, it covers their operating expenses, travel, and security. They have no social media game. They have no social media following. They can't even put together a proper bio in their Facebook thing. Having said all this, I have no idea what impact the MRFF does have. I have no idea how honest anyone is being. But when Hammett says this is a relatively obscure organization, he's being kind. I had forgotten this thing existed. Nobody interacts with them. They're not part of the broader atheist community, in any sense. It's very narrowly focused. And I don't know what, if anything, they've done. But when they send out notices that then go viral, and they're anonymous, and they are formatted just like every other anonymous report that they've gotten, and nobody else seems to hear this stuff, I am dubious at a minimum. That said, there are people, irrespective of whether any troops were told this, there are people who absolutely see this as ringing in the Armageddon. The mentality, the sentimentality behind this story, whether it's real or not, is real. There are plenty of people who just can't wait to usher Jesus back in by having a war in the Middle East. That's an aspect of the Christian nationalist thing. There are real problems here, whether or not what Weinstein is reporting is accurate or not. I have no way of knowing, but I'd be cautious about sharing it as if there's a claim that the government is telling our troops this, because if you can't back it up, you just provided ammunition to Pete Hegseth. On that note, happy birthday month to me. Happy birthday month to Go Fuck Yourself, Jimmy. Welcome to the show.
Hey there, everybody. Yeah,
I did a lot of talking.
My birthday's tomorrow.
I did a lot of talking. You are now say whatever you want about anything and everything that was said.
Yeah, well, I'd say first of all, clearly what Matt was trying to get at is that we need $750,000 in super chats tonight.
Yep.
Because we do way more, I think, than that organization on a much smaller budget, and I don't even take half. So there is that.
True story.
There's a lot of things, honestly, that I'm kind of interested in talking about. I would actually say. So I don't think Jasmine is, and you didn't imply this, I'm not saying you did. There are some people who do think, I don't think Jasmine Crockett is trying to overturn the primary election results. No. I think she is recognizing that something really fucked up happened. And by the way, she's right. And I'm not even talking about Dallas County. I'm talking about Williamson County, which I think is one of the ones that people have listed, but it's not the one that they're focusing on. So if you early voted, like I did, you could go anywhere in the county. It was county-wide, you could go anywhere. So I went to a close-by city hall. I was in and out in under 15 minutes. My partner, who registered to vote, wasn't sure whether or not she would be eligible for early voting, because technically her voter registration said her eligibility began March 1st. The election was March 2nd. And we didn't bother looking it up. She's just like, you know what, that's a few days away. I'll just do it next Tuesday and not even worry about it. We now realize we should have worried about it, because when first things first, we did bother to look up where should she vote. Could she go countywide? No. Right. It gave 2 addresses. She goes to the first address. It's closed. There's nobody there. So the Texas website that's supposed to be telling you where to go vote is giving you bad addresses. It's in a facility that's been closed for a long time. She eventually figures out where they've moved that one to, rather than try and travel to the second address, waits in line for over 2 hours to vote. Keep in mind, in Texas, the way it works is basically the Republicans and the Democrats get to say, we want to do the primary this way. And whichever one is worse, essentially, whichever one has the most rules, is the one they default both to. So, because the Republicans did not want to do county-wide day of voting, you had to go for just the primary to a specific location and wait in line outside in the Texas sun, in the Texas heat. Famously not fun. What's annoying about that is you had people quit, and all of the context that I just gave you, they don't know that. In fact, between here and the general election, part of my job in Texas is definitely going to be make sure that they know the rules for the general election are going to be different, and you will be able to vote county-wide. You will be able to go to any county voting location for the general election, because the people who showed up on Tuesday and gave up aren't going to vote in November now. Like, that's, wow, I hated that. I left early because I wasn't willing to wait hours in the heat. I'm not doing this. That's going to be the outcome. And that's the Republicans' goal. Lower voter turnout works well for the Republicans. And right now, if Ken Paxton ends up being their nominee, James Tallarico, who I like enough, is, people are going to get mad in the comments, and you know where to find me. I dare you to call Sunday when it's Javon and I. James Tallarico is slightly to the right, not the left, of Jasmine Crockett. And the main reason I voted for Crockett over is because she supports Medicare for all. James Tallarico not only doesn't, he supports the public option, which he tried to rebrand Medicare for y'all, which I actually find to be a kind of scummy behavior meant to confuse stupid people. However, otherwise,
because it confused me.
Sure. But I get he's charming. How he probably has a chance at winning. I believe that Texas is too racist and sexist, especially at the same time, for Jasmine to have a realistic point. But it wasn't going to be the black woman that I went back on my word of the candidate who supports Medicare for all gets my endorsement.
Yep.
Anyway, that's the point. They want it. Republicans are using these primary seasons to make it seem very hard to vote, as though all these other stupid ID laws have already passed, so as to discourage turnout the day of. That was the first thing. Williamson County, where we voted, was terrible.
Somebody's pointing out that she takes AIPAC money.
It's not correct.
Huh?
That's not true. She has taken PAC money from PACs that people associate with AIPAC. She has never taken money from AIPAC.
But neither her nor Tallarico go far enough on Gaza and Israel to suit me.
Correct.
And they're pretty much in alignment there. And I voted for Jasmine. And I have to admit, I'm going to be fine with either one of them. I have no idea which, if either, could win, but I tend to agree that Tallarico probably has a slighter chance of winning. But I gave my support to Jasmine, not just partially because of the Medicare for All, but also because she's a lawyer, and I think lawyers should be involved in the process of making laws. Also, she's got experience in the federal government. And I think those things edged out a little bit. James Tallarico is not just Pollyannish, but he talks about his Christianity far too much to suit me, but his version of Christianity is one of the least offensive to me, except it still offends me because you've thrown out everything about Christianity and you just want to be a nice guy and wrap it in a Christian blanket. And I'm like, just be nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So the interesting thing with him, and another reason why I voted for Crockett is planning on being an exciting progressive candidate, was her running plan, to be an exciting progressive candidate who will, quote unquote, go there. She will come harshly at the Republican that she is up against. And especially if it ends up being Paxton, God, those would have been fun debates to watch. Paxton is a mess. James Tallarico is kind of doing, I'm going to try and appeal to the right to come over to me by appealing to their Christianity. Is that a tactic that might work? It actually might. Am I confident in it? Considering we've not won a Senate seat in Texas since the Democrats haven't since, I think, 1988, and not a federal seat since 94. And we've put up a lot of white guys who were like the more palatable white guys between now and then. I don't know if Beto O'Rourke, granted he said the guns thing, if Beto O'Rourke couldn't take it across, maybe I'm not confident in Tallarico. So that's the question, is which was going to be more exciting, which one was going to promote more people to come out and vote? The exciting, different, will go there candidate, or the I can appeal to a very Christian base, even though, just so you know, now we're going to see millions of dollars of spent of me defending queer people and trans people in churches. And that's going to probably push those exact same people away. Because a lot of the people he could have appealed to are going to go, oh, you don't defend queer people at pulpits. You can do it on the outside and then come after me. That shit's going to work against him, unfortunately, too. If I know my Christian nationalist roots as well as I think I do. So yeah, that's where there's a lot of misinformation about Jasmine out there. Their stances on Gaza and Israel are virtually identical. A lot of people like to point out she voted for an arms for Israel. In reality, she voted for an omnibus bill that included that. And that's bad. And you have, not only is there not a good reason to believe Tallarico wouldn't have voted for it, there's a lot of good reasons to believe he would have. He, however, has the benefit of not being there in that position. And so you can sort of appeal to the obscurity of that. That was it as far as I had on that. Corey Lewandowski, for people who don't remember, he was the guy who went womp womp when a reporter was talking about Trump policies killing disabled children. On a news, if anybody was like, I know that name, that's what he famously was from. If you remember a guy, somebody's describing these disabled children dying, and he in the other window goes womp womp. That was first term. If anybody wants to call in about, I think we already have a call that's going to be sort of like that, but I've already got some notes for the people who are going to be like, if it's not a leftist in the general, I'm not voting. I think that's pretty much it.
So one thing is we don't know who they're running against yet. Paxton and Cornyn are going to end up having a runoff. Honestly, I think Paxton gives us the best chance of like a retaliatory blue win. Mm-hmm. Both suck.
Yeah.
And that's why, hey, neither Crockett nor Tallarico are far enough left to suit me, or for me to even really consider to be like a great candidate. They're
Yeah.
both okay candidates. They're the best we could probably do in Texas. And if Paxton gets the nod, I think Paxton Tallarico has a better chance of working out in our favor than any other combination. But it's all going to be hindsight, and Monday morning quarterbacking. If Tallarico ends up winning, then it's going to be how much did he win by? In that case, either of them could have potentially won. And if Tallarico ends up losing, then it's like, well, none of this mattered because we still got stuck with either Paxton or Cornyn.
Cornyn is probably not defeatable, but Paxton, there is a chance.
So we've got theists and atheists, and as always, we're going to take theists first. So my apologies that we went on a little bit long to the atheist that wants to talk about somebody I don't even really like. But 720-619-2288 is the number to call in. You can call in, and hey, it's our birthday month, and we're going to be here. I don't know, till me and Jimmy kind of decide we can't do this anymore tonight anyway.
The latest would be 11 p.m. I doubt we're going to go that long, but at 11 p.m. Pocopia releases, and that'll be it for me.
Yeah. Also, I have this coming weekend the biggest the North American Reptile Breeder Convention in Dallas, and I have a fuck ton of work to get done for that. Although Arden has come up with our rebranding. Arden, if you can get a good picture of our rebranding to pop up there when you can, in between calls or whatever, we'll do that so that people know what to look for when they come out to NARBC.
It looks good.
It's hot buttered awesome. But I'm ready. We got these callers. And so we're going to start off right now with Fernando, who pronouns are he, him, calling from Mexico, saying there are equally good arguments for the existence of God as there are arguments against it. Hey, Fernando, how are you? You're on with Jimmy and Matt.
Hello, Matt. First of all, I want to say I respect you and I admire you a lot. It's an honor to be talking to you right now. And,
we'll fix that.
Happy birthday month for both of you.
Yay, thanks.
Okay, well, now, if I may explain something real quick, if you feel like this is not the goal with these conversations, I will just apologize for taking your time. I don't believe that it is possible to demonstrate or to prove the existence of God. I don't think there's anything that we can point to that that can be considered an irrefutable evidence or proof for the existence of God. And just a quick parenthesis here, I apologize. English is not my first language, so if I pause or over-explain things, that's most probably why. So,
Fernando, to prevent you from over-explaining things, might I suggest you just stick with your original proposition? Because I don't think either of us care about you demonstrating we can't prove God exists. So maybe just stick with your original one, that you think that the arguments for the existence of God and arguments against it are equal, because that's what we disagree on.
Okay. Yes. If I may ask you a question. Okay. Would you agree that the question of God's existence has been one of the most persistent debates across cultures and centuries? And if so, why do you think that question persists among intelligent and sometimes not intelligent people across different disciplines?
Oh, yeah, that's easy. It's because credulous people with flawed epistemology keep making a claim that they can't back up, and then pretending that the inability to prove it false somehow puts it on equal footing. You're calling in to say there's equally good arguments for and against. And my point is that, first of all, there don't need to be any arguments against. The arguments for have failed to meet their case, but also the arguments for are all flawed, whereas the arguments against are not all flawed.
Yeah, if I could add to that, Fernando, I think the answer is maybe even simpler. the thing that has persisted throughout the millennia isn't necessarily the belief in God, it's the gaps. The gaps have persisted. And so the God has been the thing you fill the gap in. So as long as there's been I don't knows, and as long as there have been humans who are uncomfortable admitting that they don't know, the most popular answer to that is, actually, I know, I have special magical insight, and I was born with a super blessed penis. I think I think the reason why it has persisted is because gaps have persisted, and uncomfortable, arrogant, ignorant, mostly men have existed that whole time.
Like, when you say that there are equally good arguments on both sides, I would say that the argument against the existence of God, probably let's say the best one, is the best two, the argument from divine hiddenness and the argument from inconsistent revelation. If you're familiar with both of those, do you not think those are good arguments against the existence of a God, or do you need to?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask if you can please repeat just the arguments. That's the only part that I couldn't understand.
The argument from divine hiddenness and the argument from inconsistent revelation.
Okay. Yeah, I am familiar with the first one. The second one, I haven't heard of it.
The argument from inconsistent revelation is essentially that if in fact there is a God, one would expect that God to communicate with its adherents in a way that leads to clear understanding. And yet, even within a single religion like Christianity, there are thousands of denominations that agree and disagree on every single point of doctrine. And if you took Christians and locked them up in individual rooms and asked them to ask God for information, they don't come back with the same answers. So either God's fucking with them and just giving them all whatever information random they can, or they're all misrepresenting God, and God isn't doing anything. And the notion that there is a God that could sit idly by and allow for this confusion when he could clear it up is inconsistent with all of their claims about the character of God, about God being good and wanting us to know him. So that's the argument essentially from inconsistent revelation.
So, Fernando, why do you think the question has persisted?
I love that you asked this, because this is basically the reason why I believe in God. And I want to clarify before I say it, I'm well aware that it can be considered, or you can like just totally say that it is convenient. You know, I'm well aware of it. I'm well aware that I can be wrong.
Fernando, don't try and get ahead of us. Just go ahead with your answer.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I believe that if God exists, because I don't know that God exists. If God exists, the universe or the world that we live in can be consistent with the understanding, at least that I have of God, because of course, like there are a lot of things that can be considered here, and I understand that you might believe that because of the problem of evil and a lot of different things that just
Hang on,
might not be
Fernando,
true.
I'm sorry. You're telling us, I think you're telling us why you believe that God's real, but that wasn't the question.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
Fernando, so I was just returning your question to us. You were asking us why we believe the proposition and the questions about God have persisted through at least written history. And so I was asking you in return, because we gave you our answers, what is your proposal for why that has happened?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was arriving at that point, which is, if God exists, I think it would make sense for his existence not to be obvious. And again, I know this is like too convenient for us believers, but that's where faith kicks in. If God's existence were obvious, or God's inexistence.
Fernando, I think you're still not understanding the question.
Hang on. He is.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the reason why I believe that the question has persisted. Because let's say I believe that God exists, right? And because I believe that God exists, his existence is not obvious because we need faith. And that's the reason why there is that, I don't know if calling it balance, where neither option is overwhelmingly obvious. I hope that makes sense.
Sure.
And if it
So
doesn't, I'm sorry, and I can try to rephrase it.
You think that the discussions about God have persisted because God doesn't want to make his existence obvious because he doesn't want to undermine the need for faith. And because of that, there's reasonable doubt. And so people are going to continue to have this argument. Why is faith a good thing? Why does God value faith why does God value faith more than honesty?
That's a great question. And to be honest, I'm trying to think of it right now because I have not asked myself that question so far. And I hope this is a good enough answer, but maybe not one that you will agree with. But I think because of the nature of the God that I believe in, without faith, it's just like we cannot, I don't know, calling it be with him, it's because of his nature, and we need faith in order to be close to him.
So Fernando, so you believe that there's a God that we can't be with without faith, and that's why he values faith. But what's your reason for believing that there's a God? Basically, you're undermining the argument from divine hiddenness by saying God needs to stay hidden because there's something about his character that won't let him be with people who don't exercise gullibility. He can't be honest with people because then they can't be with him. Why? And why is that a good thing? And why do you believe it?
Okay, I wouldn't say that's not being honest with people. I understand why it can look that way, but
it's absolutely not being honest. If God can't be with people, if God can't reveal himself to people honestly and instead needs to leave it vague so that people exercise faith, that means he's prioritizing faith over honesty. And you think that that's okay because without faith, we can't be with him, which is something you're just asserting, doesn't make any sense. And I don't have any justification for. I don't know why you believe it. And I cannot comprehend a world where faith would be viewed as a good thing. Is there any position that you couldn't accept based on faith?
Is there, can you repeat that part? Is there any position that what?
Like could I believe that white people are better than brown people based on faith?
If the question is if you can believe that, maybe you can. I don't think you would be right.
Okay. Can I believe that men are better than women based on faith?
Again, can you arrive at that conclusion? I think so. I wouldn't
is there
agree with you,
any conclusion? Is there any conclusion that one cannot arrive at just by making it a faith-based position?
Okay, now I see your point. I'm sorry, I haven't understood so far. No, I don't think so.
So that means that faith is not a path to truth, right?
Yes, yeah, I understand.
So why does God value a method that does not reliably lead to truth, that can be used to justify anything? Why does God value that over honesty?
I have to say, I don't know. Like, that's a question that I have not asked myself.
Would you think that was a good thing? Here. Like if I told you that I value just blind adherence to what I say over honesty, would you think that's a good thing?
I apologize. I have to ask you to repeat that again. If you told me what? I'm sorry.
If I told you that I wanted you to just take my word for what I said rather than providing evidence, would you think that's a good thing?
If you can provide evidence and don't do it, yes.
Okay. Can God provide evidence?
Yes.
Then why is it a good thing for God to not provide evidence and instead expect faith?
No, yeah, I understand, and I gotta say, I think I will concede the conversation here because again, we arrived at a question that I have not asked myself, and I don't know.
That's great.
And I didn't say this at first, but I genuinely made this call in good faith, and I really enjoy having
I
these
believe it.
conversations. And
Wait,
you
don't
made
go
me
yet though. Don't go yet because I have another set of questions.
I'm sorry, what?
They'll be fast. I don't want you to go yet because when you're going to leave and you're going to think about this stuff, I think there's an interesting thing you said earlier that we should examine for a moment. So can I run through one more little set of questions before you go?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Do you remember what you said in response to Matt when Matt said, could I have faith that one race is better than another race?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what you said? Because you said yes, but what?
I would not agree with it.
Now, why wouldn't you agree with it?
Because of I would say the morality that we live by.
The morality that you, I mean, morality is subjective. Would you say that any part of it also is that our now understanding of the natural world shows us that it's contradictory to that faith? That actually to have that faith-based position is to have a position that contradicts facts we know about reality, about the difference between races and biology and stuff, that actually the natural evidence that exists suggests that that faith is not well supported.
Yes, absolutely. I would agree with that.
So Fernando, you called in and you said the arguments are equally good in the existence for God and against, but the arguments that are against the existence of God hold no contradictions to the natural world, to the facts and evidence that we actually have. The existence for God holds something like all of the contradictions. I'm being hyperbolic, but a lot of contradictions for what we know about the natural world. In the same way, if you're saying that that's the standard, that I'm not going to be racist based on faith because we know enough about the natural world, we know enough factual shit to say racism isn't just wrong, it's stupid. But I could, as a faithful racist, go, yeah, but there's this magic thing. I could say white people have a special magic orb in their hearts that has a higher spiritual value than the magic spiritual orb in black people's hearts. And you're going to say, yeah, that's faith in magic. That's not as good as all of the reasons we have to believe on a natural basis. That you're wrong. That's not, that these things don't add up. And so this is my response to you, Fernando. Your initial proposition is essentially that the arguments are equally good. That's only if you say magical arguments are equally good to naturalistic arguments. And since you won't give that standard to the person who is a faithful racist, I don't know why you would give that standard outward to anything else.
I do appreciate the call, Fernando. Hang on. I appreciate the call, and I want to give you a chance to answer this before you go. I just wanted to say, no matter how the rest of this goes, we're really appreciative, not just of the call, but of your honesty and interacting here. So go ahead and you can answer Jimmy, and we'll keep going.
Yes. I'm well aware of all the areas where I lack knowledge and stuff, and that's the reason why I'm so interested in having these conversations. And one of the reasons why I'm calling, I'm sorry that I'm taking too long here. I'll try to wrap it up as quick as I can.
You're fine.
Is because unfortunately I've seen so many clips of people calling and they just don't engage in good faith with you guys, and that's just not the way it's supposed to be. So you helped me reach a point where of something that I have not questioned or asked myself before, and I will start, digging into that. And in response to what he was saying, I'm sorry if I misunderstood something, and I do not mind at all if you want to repeat it. All if you noted that I did not understand you correctly. There, in my opinion, and you can totally disagree with this and explain why. For example, the matter of racism, that's something that I don't know if calling it obvious. Like there's no other side of the coin, if you want to call it that. It's just I don't know. It's considered common sense, I guess, nowadays, because I know that it wasn't before. And the arguments that I've heard, or the debates that I've heard, where they are addressing the existence or non-existence of God, are addressing issues that I believe have not been, I don't know if calling it resolved, or that are not common knowledge or common sense in
Fernando,
a basic way. Like,
I will jump in. So
sorry.
first things first, fundamentally, we were talking about the standard which you have. And if you are allowed to invoke magic for one, then you should be allowed to for all. And if you're not allowed to invoke magic, then you shouldn't be for all. And if what makes the faith-based claim superior for your God is you're just saying that these are more complex tasks because the racism thing is obvious, no, it's not. Like right now, we have a white American Christian nationalist war starting that a lot of the support for from the Republican side comes from this idea that the genocides we may commit along the way is righteous and just because we're preserving the promises that God made to the Israelites. Like fundamentally, we are okay with killing brown people and even going on Pete Hegseth shaming people for bringing up the casualties of war, bringing up civilian casualties that we always react less effectively to when the person is brown and of other religions and stuff than we do if they're white. So I would say that your contention that not only do I not think you're right, I think a lot of people have a faith-based racism. They just call it Christian love. They think that it's love because they're sending these people to God and God will sort it all out. So I don't think the racism part is as obvious as you think it is. And then the overall thing was, why can't a racist invoke magic if you can? And if your argument requires you to invoke something magical, is it actually equal to arguments that do not invoke magic? Or are non-magical arguments always superior to magical arguments?
Okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. If I may explain why I still think, even with your example, which is understandable, I still think that racism is something that can be considered obvious that is wrong, is because if you, I don't know, define racism if you define racism and you ask the people you're talking about, like the president, if that is okay, in like the core meaning of racism, I think everyone in general, like with exceptions, of course, would agree that it's wrong. In practice, they might do it because either they don't care about it or like anything. But understanding that racism is bad, I think, again, I think it can be considered a common knowledge or something basic. Again, that it boils down more to what they practice or looking for excuses or like reasoning things in a different
Fernando,
way.
I'm sorry. This line of reasoning doesn't work. All you've defended is that at best you could defend with this that racists are aware that outward racism is unpopular. That being outwardly racist means you'll only be able to get the votes of other racists. By the way, those movements are growing too. Nick Fuentes isn't subtle about being racist, and his Groyper movement is gaining steam and gaining power. So even where you wanted to take it back to like, sure, Trump knows how to speak like not a racist while figuring out ways to justify things that are, I mean, he had to change, I'm not calling it a Muslim ban now because it's not a Muslim ban. But by the way, it really is still a Muslim ban. But now we're calling it, we're changing the terminology because I'm not allowed to submit it as a Muslim ban. I mean, this is what we're talking about. You're trying to now overcomplicate an issue when in reality, this argument doesn't matter at all to what is at the core. So let me go back to the main question. Do you believe that a argument that invokes magic is superior, equal, or inferior to an argument that doesn't invoke magic?
I think it would be inferior.
Right. If ever it's like, hey, why is my water boiling? We now have enough experience to go, whoever proposes the magical argument has the inferior argument and way more work to do than the people who have the non-magical arguments. And so your existence of a God, fundamentally, even if you don't like the word magic, will need to invoke magic or whatever word you would fill in for it. And the arguments for a non-existence of a God, or just against believing in a God, need not invoke any magic. So by your own admission there, if you say magical arguments are inferior to non-magical arguments, they aren't equal, which was your original proposition.
Yes. Okay. About that, with the example of boiling water, something that I'm aware that happens a lot with these is that just because something doesn't seem to have a natural or scientific explanation, they necessarily believe that it means that God exists or something. I wouldn't agree with that. But at the same time, again, I'm talking as a theist, as a believer. Just because something does have a natural or scientific explanation doesn't necessarily mean that God is not involved in it. Again, I'm trying just to be objective and
Fernando,
centered and
we're
not
talking about
jumping into any conclusions.
Fernando, we're talking about equality of arguments. So where you just put the word God, basically you're doing the evidence of absence of evidence doesn't mean evidence of absence thing, which it kind of actually does. But where you just use the word God, I can use anything. It doesn't have to be God. It can be literally anything magical. And so we're talking about equality of argument. So you're saying just because a gap exists, and we know gaps usually get covered by natural explanations, doesn't mean this will be the one that does. But we've never, ever, ever once demonstrated that a non-natural explanation explains something. So why would you add that to the list of things that might explain it? Why would you put God versus fairies versus trolls versus, random magic? What about magic with no mind? There's just random magic. Why God in that spot over? And so whereas right now we can make the reasonable conclusion that these gaps are always getting smaller, and it seems that trend will hold, that's at least a much more justified presupposition. There's actually a word for it, a phrase for it in philosophy. I can't remember what it is, but it's the principle that all gaps will have a material explanation, even if we never know what they are. There's much more justification in holding that position than the one that you can hold with absolutely. I think that's kind of Matt's point earlier about what couldn't you believe based on faith. The thing that you're just saying right now, I can do with anything.
So Fernando, you talked about earlier about the God you believe in and faith being a thing. I'm assuming that it's some version of the biblical God.
Yes.
Okay. And I would assume that you are opposed to racism and sexism and slavery, right?
Yes.
Then how do you deal with the Bible being okay with racism and sexism and slavery?
Yeah, that is a great question, and it's something that I have struggled with, and I've again, I'm trying just to be as honest as I can here. I do have, I have researched about it, and I have encountered different explanations, but I would be lying. I would be totally lying if I told you that I can engage in that conversation and that I would be able to give you those arguments. I might be able to remember something. For example, there's this argument about slavery being in those times not being the same as what we call slavery today.
I'm sorry, Fernando, this is a big mistake. The Bible specifically says you shall buy your slaves from the heathen that surround you and that you can beat them as long as they don't die within a couple of days. I'm assuming you're opposed to beating people that you own as property and passing them on to your kids. So instead, what you're doing, yes, Fernando, what you're doing is you're not being honest with yourself, because you've had difficulty figuring out how the Bible can be in favor of slavery, how it can be absolutely sexist, denying equality between men and women, and about what property they can have and what testimony they can give. And when Jesus suggests that he's only come to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, or when God has the Jews as his preferred chosen people, all of which is racism, sexism, and slavery. And so now what you're doing is you're looking for a way to reread the Bible so that it's not as bad. What you are doing
Yes.
is you are saying, I think faith is important and I think God is okay hiding. And so I'm going to use my personal opinion to keep supporting the God when I have nothing to point to. And when the only thing I could point to, the Bible, I disagree with. You are inventing a God of your own making right now.
Okay, yeah, I understand. And again, being completely honest, yes, I believe that basically what we do as Christians is, or believers in general, is I want to believe in a God and I want. I'm sorry, I spoke Spanish for a bit there. I want to look for a way of justifying it, even if I have to.
How is that different from somebody who wants to find a way to justify their racism?
I'm sorry, what?
How is that different? You're basically saying you're looking for a way to justify the God you want to believe in. How is that different from somebody justifying their racism? I think men are better than women. I think white people are better than brown people. And I know that there's not science to support it, but I'm going to find some way to make it make sense. That's what you're doing. You have a goal, and you are massaging all of the available information to lead you towards that goal. You want God to be better than the Bible. He's not, because he's not real. You're better than the Bible.
Okay,
I'd suggest you spend some time thinking about that and finding a way to stop needing God as a crutch to just be a better person.
Okay. If I may address something, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I only heard this once.
We always will.
I think you once said in a debate something like, someone asked you, what would it take for you to believe in God? And you said that something like looking at him or listening to him, something like that, like something obvious. And then in a different debate, you mentioned something like, even if that happened, I wouldn't believe in him. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think you've mentioned something like that.
So my answer for what would make me believe that a God exists is I don't know, because I have no way of telling the difference between some technology I don't understand or some fakery that I can't suss out and a God. But if there is a God, that God knows exactly what it would take to change my mind. That God should be capable of providing whatever it is that changed my mind, and that God hasn't done it, which means that God either doesn't exist or doesn't want me to know it exists yet. At some point, maybe 20 years ago, I might have talked about signs in the sky, but you'd have to go back to the very early thing of what it would take to make me believe, and that answer was wrong.
Yeah, Hitchens famously mentioned you could actually keep all of the miracles of the Bible. You could keep all the stories, and you wouldn't prove that Jesus didn't lie about his divinity. He could be resurrected, he could be magical, he could do all of that stuff, but you wouldn't have actually proven he is the Son of God. It might be in your best interest to accept the guy who can resurrect story as true, even if you don't know that it is. But that's not actually how any of it works. So even a resurrected Jesus Christ wouldn't prove the Bible is true in isolation.
Yeah, about that. This is the reason why I was asking this. I would love to hear, how is that different than, like what you mentioned, me, like just looking for a way of justifying God or the Bible. How's that different from you looking at something that might be considered evidence or an obvious existence of God and still not believing? Like, isn't that you?
Because it's insufficient.
For a way of dismissing
no. The answer to your question is you've reached a conclusion and you're trying to make the evidence fit. I have not reached a conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea if there's a God, but nobody has made an argument supported by evidence. The evidence has been insufficient. The arguments are insufficient. They are fallacious, irrational. I'm not sitting here ignoring good evidence. Nobody has ever presented good evidence for God, and you haven't either.
Yeah,
That's
Fernando.
the difference. I'm sitting here saying I'm going to believe that a God exists when the burden of proof is met, and I will believe that a God doesn't exist when the burden of proof is met. You have reached a conclusion and are now desperately trying to find a way to justify it. That's the difference.
Fernando, if I were to show you a fossil and you know nothing else, you've never heard of evolution, or you've heard tangentially about evolution, you know there are claims about it, and all I show you is a fossil. You haven't actually had any other evidence. I just show, hey, here's a fossil. And you go, okay, cool. And I go, do you believe this fossil exists? And you go, yeah, I can see the fossil. And I go, okay, so now you accept evolution. Is that a reasonable jump?
No.
Right. You wouldn't accept evolution because you have one piece of evidence. You don't even actually necessarily know how that evidence fits in, but technically that fossil is evidence for evolution. And that's kind of the question you just asked. If we had one piece of evidence, so like I said, Jesus Christ resurrects, and we have proof that Jesus Christ resurrected. That doesn't mean I accept now the rest of the claims. I would accept the claim that Jesus Christ resurrected, but it doesn't mean I would accept everything else about Jesus Christ. And by the way, we don't exactly have proof he resurrected, do we? And so in the same way that just because you are handed one piece of evidence for a proposition, like a fossil, doesn't mean you now accept the whole proposition. If there's a piece of evidence for the divinity of Jesus Christ, that doesn't mean it is the definitive evidence. You haven't finished your job yet.
Yeah, I understand. And if I may, I swear I'll try to make this as short as possible. I hope I made clear that I'm not claiming to know anything. I'm not claiming to have, I don't know, all the answers or anything. I'm a person who.
Fernando, you don't have any answers. You're telling me you believe that God's real.
I'm sorry.
You're telling us you believe that God's real. We don't think you know it. We don't think you've claimed to know it, but you believe it. And when asked why, you can't give any good reason. Can you provide any reason that anybody should believe the God that you believe exists?
That anyone should? No, I don't think.
There you go. Then you need to ask yourself, why do I believe something that I don't think other people should believe? That's what you need to work on.
Yeah, and Fernando, as you're exploring that, I'd be hard on yourself and think, has anybody else believed something for the exact same reasons I do that I believe was wrong? Because if you don't have good reason for anyone else to believe, can you imagine a Muslim in that same position? And then whatever thing you're going to go with, like, but I have internal faith. Well, that Muslim has internal faith, and that's the thing you think is a virtue. And yet I assume you hope the Muslim will stop using such a low standard and stop believing in Islam. And if that's what you would hope for others, should you not hope that for yourself?
Yeah, I want to clarify something. When I said that that they shouldn't, I'm not saying what I mean. I'm trying to focus on, or I'm sorry. When I answered, I focused on the word should. Like the what I can tell you about my faith or anything is not enough. I admit it is not enough to say that anyone should, but that anyone could. That's a very different thing. So I just want to clarify that. The fact that I said that
it's not an important clarification.
Really?
People could believe on anything.
Is there anything that an irrational person couldn't believe?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole point is whether or not you should believe it. We're aware. People can, we're aware that people can believe anything. There is absolute Pizzagate, aliens, tinfoil hats. There is nothing that someone could not believe. The only thing that matters is should someone believe it. And you're now making excuses for why you believe something that you don't think other people should. Why do you think you should believe it?
Okay. Well, I apologize for taking so much of your time.
Okay.
I honestly,
We're going to let you go since you're not going to answer that question. Think about it.
Yeah.
I appreciate the call. It's great. Call us back after you've thought about it and you've got an answer to why you think you should believe something and why other people should as well.
Watch the call when you're thinking about it, though, because I think, Fernando, you're almost your own worst enemy, and I get it. I've hired like 100 ADHD people in my life. You go off to different places, and I don't think you always fully hear what we're actually saying. So I would watch the call, take some notes, and then call back once you've got some answers.
thank you. I respect you a lot, and I admire you guys for what you do.
We'll fix that. Thanks, Fernando.
Thanks. All right. So we got a bunch of theistic callers and some non-theistic callers, but because I went to all the trouble to ask Arden to do something for me, I thought I'd go ahead and remind people that the North American Reptile Breeder Convention's up there. Arden and I work with 20 species of snakes and about 10 or 11 species of lizards. We actually added a new species just this morning. It's not new to me. I had a Burmese python years ago, but we just got a baby Burm this morning. So, and it's really awesome. But the new logo that you guys should be looking for at NARBC is one that Arden can put up for you to see right there. That's it. Epic Loot Exotics. Nice little treasure chest there. You can come get your treasure. Look for that. We'll have a big sign up. There'll also be a yellow version with a red one. And we're up on Morph Market and everything
This is
else.
what the banners will look like live in person. They're super cool.
There's a look into our filthy living room.
Oh, you probably want me to put that up on vertical. One sec.
Well, yeah, the dog's got fucking
There you go.
polyfill all over the floor because she rips
there's
all of her
the dog
beds
completely
apart.
ripped up its blanket and got polyfill everywhere, so it's kind of filthy. But yeah, there's the banner.
I think it's nice.
Good stuff. All right, you ready for more calls?
Oh, always. That's not
Here we
true,
go.
but yes.
That's good. Cause from Wisconsin, Pastor LG's calling in from Wisconsin. Pronouns are he, him. Who says, I'm calling it about the
Pastor
topic, should
LG.
we believe in God? I'm sorry, I'm just introducing you. But Pastor LG, welcome to the show. You're on with Jimmy and Matt.
Hey, Jimmy, how are you? Hey,
What's
Hey,
up?
Matt, how are you?
I'm all right.
You know, I just got introduced to your beautiful platform last week, and I just wanted to say that I'm out here proving that God is real with polygraph testing evidence and science.
Really?
You see,
because
yeah.
Hey, so part of the problem is that polygraphs, I don't know what you think they do, but they're definitely not ways of detecting the truth.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, no man. Well, I'm the first man in world history to prove that the polygraph test comes from the Holy Bible. You see, the Jesus Christ of the Holy Bible, who manifests before people, John 14:21, that Jesus Christ can give you information and knowledge to prove that he's real and material, and he can manifest.
Also, cheetahs are the fastest land mammal.
Hang on just a second. Hang on.
I wanted to go with something equally irrelevant.
When you say polygraph, do you mean an actual polygraph device, or are you using Jesus as a metaphor for polygraph?
No. I'm proving that the polygraph test science that measures breath, sweat, and blood, that science comes from the Holy Bible. 1 John chapter 5, verse 8. Breath,
I'm sorry, but
spirit,
I'm sorry,
sweat,
but I'm sorry. So a polygraph is a measure of a number of different facets about the human condition, right?
Yes, but it comes from the Holy Bible.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't come from. Would you let me finish a fucking thought?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the polygraph is a scientific measuring device. Where in the Bible does it give instructions for how to create a polygraph?
Okay, I was showing you the breakdown that Jesus Christ gave to me. 1 John chapter 5, verse 8.
It tells you how to create a polygraph? It tells you how to create a polygraph?
John Grogan, Dr. Phil's polygraph examiner, knows that this science is real. I
No,
have him
that's
on
not.
record
You're not
saying that the
listening. You're not
polygraph
listening.
test.
You're not listening, Pastor LG. Where in the Bible does it tell you how to create a polygraph?
No, I can give you the Old Testament polygraph.
I'm sorry,
done by spirit.
Pastor LG. I think you're full of shit, and it's really annoying. Where in the Bible does it tell you how to create a polygraph?
It doesn't. It's not. It's
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. I'm going to mute you now because you are incapable of doing this. The Bible doesn't tell you how to create a polygraph. So we discovered how to test for galvanic skin response and respiration and all kinds of things. And we put together a polygraph, a multiple graph. It is a scientific device that measures actual physical aspects of the human body, which you've already acknowledged. And when you acknowledged it, you then said that you were going to point to where the Bible shows how to make a polygraph, except that it doesn't do that. So what is it that you'd like to claim that the Bible actually does, since it doesn't tell you how to make a polygraph? It doesn't tell you how to measure human skin response or breathing. What is it that what is it you think the Bible's telling you to do?
Okay, can I speak freely? Because I didn't say that. I never said that the Bible shows you how to make a polygraph test. You missed.
Okay. I'm going to unmute you again in a second. And we're going to start over. It's our birthday month. Tomorrow's Jimmy's birthday. You have obviously come in hot because you've been on hold for 49 minutes. And you're telling us that you're using, well, I still don't know if you're actually using a polygraph, what you think you're doing with it. The Bible doesn't mention or reference a polygraph at all, to my knowledge. So we're going to start over. Please recognize there's a slight delay. I'm going to unmute you, then I'm going to reintroduce you. And then we're going to let you make a case, but we may have to pause or interrupt if you say something absurd or confusing or something that needs definition. But we're going to start this whole call over again. So first I'm unmuting you, and then I'm going to say, I've unmuted Pastor LG from Wisconsin, pronouns are him. He's calling about the topic of should we believe in God, and he says yes. So Pastor LG, you're on with Matt and Jimmy. Why should we believe in a God?
Hey, Matt and Jimmy. You should believe in God because everything that's happening in the earth right now has been prophesied about. The curses from the God of the Bible that only come from the God of the Bible are still here. The Jesus Christ of the Holy Bible truly existed, and it's documented in sources outside of the Bible.
I'm
Bible
sorry.
Speaks of dragons.
I'm sorry, Pastor LG. You said that everything that's happening right now is predicted. Does that mean that you calling us was predicted?
Well, I'm speaking about worldwide events, wars and rumors of war. See, there's a war going on between Ukraine and Russia.
Can you point to any time in history where there weren't wars and rumors of wars?
Well, this is the first time in history where there's a 200 million man army. BRICS.
I'm sorry. Can you point to any time in human history where there weren't wars and rumors of wars?
No. There's other things happening. Just that. I mean, you didn't let me finish. I mean,
I let you start. Hang on. Now, Pastor, I let you start, and you started with something that simply wasn't true or accurate. You don't get to complain that I didn't let you finish when you started off poorly.
Well, is this is Jimmy, correct?
No.
It's Matt. Okay. Well, what I'm saying, Pastor, is that there's multiple things happening in the world right now.
Wait a minute. Why are you calling me pastor? Is that just an admission that you're full of shit and you're a fraud? That you think you're so confused about who's talking? No. I'm going to mute you and you're going to listen. You don't know if this is Jimmy or Matt, and you don't know if I'm a pastor or not. You're the pastor. You're Pastor LG. You're the pastor. I'm Matt. Jimmy's Jimmy. Jimmy hasn't even got a chance to talk yet. Let's do that, because you're talking about wars and rumors of wars. You were talking about a polygraph, but you gave up on that line. And now you're talking about wars and rumors of wars when there are entire websites devoted to all the failed end time predictions. And for the entirety of my life, people have been making the exact same claim about every war, every rumor of war, nonstop, and all the predictions and everything else. What if I were just, I'm gonna unmute you in a second. I'm gonna let Jimmy jump in because I'm already completely bored of you because you can't even remember anybody's name or who's arguing with who.
You might regret it.
But no, I'll be fine. I'll go to the bathroom or something. Play
I want to go
chess.
back to the polygraphs.
Well, you can go back to the polygraphs. I don't know if our air quotes pastor is going to do that, but throughout the entirety of history, there's been the wars and rumors of wars and all this other stuff. There's not been any time. But I could sit here and say, you know what? I will grant you that now there are wars and rumors of wars, and right now it's a unique time. And I could say that it lines up perfectly with some passage in the Bible, and that still would not in any way demonstrate that the Bible accurately predicted it. It wouldn't demonstrate that there is a God. It wouldn't demonstrate that it predicted it because there's a God. It wouldn't do any of that because prophecies need to be clearly presented and answerable by a single set of circumstances that aren't prone to interpretation. When the waiter brings me my medium rare steak, he's not answering prophecy. The number of times that people call in to claim, oh, it's prophecy. I could grant every prophecy that every caller has ever called in about an actual event, and it wouldn't in any way prove that those prophecies are because of divine revelation. But I'm going to unmute you. And now, for no confusion, you won't be talking to Matt. Pastor LG will be talking to Jimmy. Here we go.
LG, what's up?
There's a lag on your end. Hey.
It happens. Hey, Pastor LG, what model polygraph do you use?
Well, sir, we're proving that the science behind it comes from the Bible, just like the Old Testament.
Wait. Do you use a polygraph machine? You started this with, I use a polygraph to prove God exists. Do you use a polygraph? And which one?
Used in the federal courts.
Which one?
The one that's used, the federal court, Better Business Bureau accredited polygraph test.
Right. But which machine have you used?
The same one John Grogan uses on the Dr. Phil show.
Sure. What model? Like which manufacturer have you used?
You would have to ask them. I'm not the polygraph examiner.
Oh, so
I'm the Bible expert.
Got it. You're the Bible expert. Okay. So when you hook up a person
in debates, 0 losses.
When you hook up a person to a polygraph machine, what questions do you ask?
They grab your truth-telling algorithm,
No. Which questions do you ask to the people you've been connecting to polygraphs to prove God exists?
No. I'm not a polygraph test examiner. Are you?
Okay. So to be clear, Pastor LG, your position is polygraph machines. First of all, you keep calling them a science. They're not a science. They're a tool.
No,
they are also considered. Hang on.
Physiological science.
Physiological science is a science. Polygraph is a tool used for physiological scientific tests. You've been calling so I'm just giving you the mild correction. I don't know why you're rejecting it. Polygraph isn't. It'd be like me saying beakers are a science. No, chemistry is science. Beakers are a tool used in chemistry.
Testing physiological responses.
Physiology is a science. Physiology is a science. Now, polygraphs.
Why call it
polygraphs are often used in court cases, and when used in court cases, they are the jury is advised on how unreliable they are. Do you know what else what else is often done with polygraph testing? They're thrown out of cases, and people opt not to take them. Generally, a polygraph is used as a person wants to go, I'll take a polygraph on top of my testimony so we can use that as evidence that I'm telling the truth. And again, that is weighted with the fact that they are unreliable. Now, you brought us to a scripture in John. No.
Can I interject? Can I interject?
You sure can't. You sure can't. Hey, which I told you can't. Which version of the Bible do you use? The New International Version, King James? I'm going to guess King James. Are you a King James?
I read all Bibles in that polygraph test.
Right, but which one would you want?
That's why
which one would you like? Which one would you like me to read?
I'm asking. No. Again, which you can use KJV 1611.
Great. I had a feeling KJV was the one that you would prefer. You sound like a KJV kind of guy.
I just told you I read all Bibles. I read them all.
1 John 5:8. Excuse me. Yeah, that's great. 1 John 5:8 reads, "And there are three that bear witness in earth, the Spirit and the water and the blood, and these three agree in one." How have you established that the Spirit? Great. How have you proven the existence? Since we're talking about science, and you're making an appeal to naturalism, what natural evidence do you have that the Spirit exists?
The Spirit exists because I also prove with polygraph tests. I've done a 40-day fast and no water only. After the proper baptism, just like Jesus, just like Moses. If you have not given up your food for 40 days, you can't speak on if the Bible is real or not. I can't. So again, there's many people who say,
Jimmy?
"Hey, I've been abducted by aliens." Well, guess what? Hey. I'm the guy proving that these beings are.
Hang on, I'm going to mute. Hey, Jimmy. Probably one of our more knowledgeable Bible folks would have jumped in on the fact that what he's pointing to is one of the most disputed passages in the Bible. First of all, 1 John 5:8 is the Jonin comma, and the oldest and best manuscripts don't have the Trinity portion listed. So he's specifically decided to misrepresent. Here's the science behind polygraphs, and point to 1 John, which has nothing at all to do with it. And I suspect now that he's a troll trying to see if I was in fact familiar with the fact that he was going to cite one of the most disputed passages that is generally considered by biblical scholars to be an interpolation. So I just want to let you know that.
I don't even need the Bible anymore.
That's
so Pastor LG, excuse me, Pastor LG. Hey, Pastor LG, you made an appeal to science.
I'm sorry,
Pastor, you made an appeal to science. We never have to talk about the Bible again, because we're talking about science and the science of the Spirit. Literally, we need not the Bible at all for this conversation. So you said your evidence was an anecdote. Now, you, being the scientifically minded man, you are showing yourself, and thousands of people are seeing just how scientific you are, must know that what you have just described is
plagiarized author. I'm a plagiarized author.
Plagiarizing author. I
never lost a debate.
No.
Right. Yeah,
Never.
Pastor LG, Pastor LG, plagiarizing author, and debate extraordinaire.
No, plagiarized author. I don't plagiarize.
Yeah, I think you misheard me. That's what I said. Okay, so
why are you calling it as Pastor LG? Why can't we look up your actual name so we can see what they plagiarized?
Pastor plagiarized. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't drop my book on your beautiful show unless you gave me permission. So
you're not even using your real name, Pastor.
I drop your book in the same place I drop other things. Pastor plagiarized. Okay, so we don't need the Bible. You must be aware that anecdotes. You must be aware that anecdotes can be used to demonstrate data. So you can say, "Hey, we've done all of this research, and this number of people are getting cancer. Now here are the anecdotes of that cancer to sort of demonstrate the point, but the data has to become before the anecdote." That's the only way anecdotal evidence serves any actual true purpose. Now, you have tried to begin with an anecdote, claiming a 40-day fast, which, by the way, you don't know me. You don't know what types of fasts I've had to do because they were medically necessary. But anyway, you're claiming a 40-day fast, and you are claiming something we can't investigate. So being the very scientifically minded man that, of course, you clearly are for all of this terminology you're throwing out, you must know that this anecdote in isolation, without evidence, without proof, and without data to back it, that if I'm a scientifically minded person,
me speak and I can prove I have the
great. Where can I find the scientific proof that does not invoke your anecdote, that the spirit, as a matter of physical, material thing that can be measured by a polygraph, literally exists?
Yes.
Great.
Again,
Go for it.
We have documentation from 2009,
right,
2012, 2014, and 2021, all the way up. And again, the polygraph test proves that these events are real. The polygraph
I'm sorry. They don't. I'm sorry. You just said documentation proven by a polygraph.
Your co-host just said the polygraph test is used in the courts. Your co-host said it.
Pastor.
Pastor. Now, be a man.
Okay, I gotta mute.
Sir.
Hey, Pastor LG. It wasn't my co-host who said that. It was me. I get it. I often can't tell white people apart either. Okay, but that was me who said it. And in fact, if you would remember, if you just rewind your brain for a second, the second part of it was that it is used in the courts and it is rejected by the courts. And when used in the courts, it is weighted by the judge instructing the jury on the unreliability of polygraph tests. So when you say it proves, we actually know that's factually untrue. In fact, there is documented evidence. There are documentaries about it. You can watch videos on that. A person can go into another room, perform an activity, come back out of the room, be put on a polygraph, be asked if they just performed that activity, lie and say no, but the polygraph will say that they were not lying, that they were in fact telling the truth. In fact, polygraphs, when you intend to lie, become rather easy to fool. And then people who have certain mental tendencies, people who are used to lying, and then seemingly just a random group of people all are able to fool polygraphs and lie and be marked as truth. So in fact, Pastor, the evidence that you think exists doesn't. And what I asked you was data of the material existence, proof of the material existence of the spirit. And you are now saying, no, I don't have anything besides anecdotes that I say are confirmed by polygraph affirmed testimony. I am asking you, where can I measure when I put a polygraph on that the other end of a measurement that polygraph is giving me isn't coming from pulse, sweat, brain activity, if it's some crazy advanced one, but it is in fact interacting with a material thing that you are referring to as the spirit. Please, Mr. Plagiarizing Scientist. Pastor, sorry.
Plagiarized.
Dang, did I say that again?
Yep. But also,
am I off of mute?
You are off of mute, but I'm going to interject since you can't tell us apart. By the way, polygraph tests are only admissible.
I love you guys.
I'm glad you love us. I don't love you. Polygraph tests are only admissible in cases if both the prosecution and the defense agree. Otherwise, they are not allowed as evidence. That's right from the Department of Justice's website. In federal cases, in federal trials, there are states that sometimes allow it, but they also come with a general disclaimer that they are not considered scientifically reliable. However, even if I were to grant you that a polygraph is scientifically reliable, in no way does the science for the polygraph come from the Bible. And now you can answer Jimmy's question of how does a polygraph test confirm that it's coming from the spirit?
Okay. Can I get 60 seconds without interruption?
Well, no,
I'm not promising anything like that.
You could have, but you decided to be a smug prick instead of actually listening to the correction. And now you decided to start by saying, can I get 60 uninterrupted seconds? Yeah. So no, you can't get 60 uninterrupted seconds. You're actually muted right now. And I'm going to talk for 60 uninterrupted seconds. And then, because it's my show.
So if every time I interrupt you, does that push his another 60 seconds?
By the way, can we put a poll up to see if this guy has lost a debate here tonight? or how many debates he's lost here tonight, right down to him calling me a liar about the joining comma, which anybody can go and actually look up. All right, so we're going to bring Pastor LG back, and Pastor LG is going to explain to us how we can tell that a polygraph is measuring the human spirit. So
and then I have a different question.
Again, yeah, that's a different question. I have the image of this being polygraph tested. If you're punched or have a physical altercation like Israel, Jacob in the Bible with an angel or an alien, you can draw them and polygraph tested. So again, the polygraph test has tested.
Wait. Did you say you can polygraph test a drawing of Jacob?
If the police ask you a question and say, give me a description of a being who committed a crime, they can draw it out for you. That image can be polygraph tested.
Pastor
LG. Stop.
I promise I have a great question.
He just said that image can be polygraph tested.
Yeah.
How do you polygraph test an image, Pastor LG?
Or do you mean to say that you can polygraph test the individual who requested the image and confirm that they're telling the truth, that image represents the person?
No. The being who committed the crime. The police know how to draw descriptions. They do it in court. They do it with it's like visual descriptions. That's a photo proof. That can be polygraph tested. Was this person? Did you draw this person?
What can be polygraph tested? Also, are you saying you can polygraph? I can make a drawing, and I can polygraph test the drawing and ask the drawing if they committed a crime? Or are you saying
no,
you can polygraph the person who is describing the picture?
You know, I'm not. I can't handle you asking if you can finish one more time. You've been incredibly sloppy with your thoughts and your words from the start. And every time we ask you a question, you want to do the, can I get a word in? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? You're not fucking Ross Perot. You literally said, and we asked multiple times for clarification. I don't know if English is your first language or not, but you literally said that drawing can be polygraph tested. And Jimmy tried to give you an out and say, are you saying that you can polygraph the person who made the drawing or the person who referenced the drawing? But you said multiple times, you can rewind it. Go back and rewind. For all the people who think that this guy's never lost a debate, just rewind. I mean, he's lost multiples here tonight. So Jimmy, what question do you have for him again?
This is my last question for you, Pastor LG, because I think this brings us down to everything we need here. Pastor LG, let's grant, as Matt kind of started to earlier, let's say that you and I agree polygraphs are 100% accurate, that they always successfully mark whether or not the person is telling the truth. Okay, we're going to grant that to you, even though I don't believe that. If I polygraph a person and I ask them, was the shirt your mother wore yesterday red? And they say yes. Has the polygraph just proven that her shirt was red, or has it proven that that person believes the shirt was red?
I'm unmuting.
It proves that they're telling the truth. The polygraph test
No. That's not what I asked, Pastor. That's not what I asked. Because I agree. We just said, I'm granting you, they're about to tell the truth, as in the machine is not going to detect that they are lying, intending to mislead, that they are putting in the intention of saying the wrong answer. If I ask a person, was the shirt you wore yesterday red? And they will get rid of the mom. Did you wear a red shirt yesterday? And they say yes. And the polygraph goes, cha-ching, that one was a good answer. No deception detected. Does that mean you have proved that the shirt was in fact red, or that the person, even very confidently, believes the shirt was red? Do you understand the distinction?
The polygraph, yes, but you have to let me speak. The polygraph test is not based on belief. I will debate both of you at the same time.
I don't have to let you finish, and you're gone.
It is 100% based on belief.
Yeah,
in as much as the polygraph ever works, it only tells what the person genuinely believes when they aren't being deceptive, when they aren't. So if I believe something wrong, like I wore a red shirt yesterday, ironically enough, I actually did wear a red shirt yesterday. But let's say I hadn't, I wore a blue shirt yesterday. If you ask me that question and the polygraph is actually working and I fit the model of the person that polygraphs react accurately to, and I say yes, and it says I told the truth, but I actually wore a blue shirt the day prior, it does not know that. It says, yes, he told the truth. He wore a red shirt yesterday. And even that's even weighted in courtroom testimonies and saying, like, just so you know, at best, This is what a person believes they saw, believes happened. And we've seen that shit break down. We've seen people be positive. Somebody committed a crime, finger them in court. And then later we find out there was camera or DNA or something. And they prove it, in fact, wasn't the person that very confident person said was doing it.
Plus, you can be trained to beat the lie detector. You can be trained to beat a polygraph. And also, it's contingent on whether or not, in some cases, you're a sociopath. But let's get on. We've got more callers, and you know what? I bet you he counts that as winning 2 debates or 4 debates or 5 debates. Good job, Pastor LG.
Somewhere he has a bio that says
plagiarizing you. Me.
Somewhere he has a bio that says, if you block me, I win.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to some people who are genuinely serious about defending the notion of God. So Joel's calling from Arizona. Joel's a theist. Joel is a theist, pronouns are he, him, says God does exist, order and design for the universe point to an intelligent creator. Hey, Joel, how are you?
Oh, good. How are you?
Well, I'm cautiously optimistic that you will be much better than the guy who thinks that lie detectors prove God, or that the science for lie detectors come from the Bible.
I hope that I can be too.
All right, what do you got?
Bar is so low.
So, like the claim said, I believe the intelligent, the complex design, the order that is in the universe points to an intelligent mind creating it.
Okay. Which one do you want to do? Complexity or order?
Let's do the complexity being put in order.
Complexity being put in order. Wow. Okay. So generally speaking, when we identify design, it's not the complexity that is a hallmark of design. It is efficiency and simplicity. A lack of design can also lead to complexity because, like, for example, evolution by means of natural selection, it is going to be lazy and reuse things, which is how you get the laryngeal nerve of a giraffe that goes all the way down its long neck around its aorta and back up, because it started from creatures that had a much shorter space there. And it's not an efficient design. And that makes it look more complex. Why do you think complexity points to a designer?
I believe that if we see a building, then we can say there's an architect. Similarly,
I agree.
Universe,
but do you know why? It's not because the building is complex. It's because all of the available evidence for buildings occurring point to a designer and have evidence for a designer, and there is no reason to think that buildings occur naturally. However, that's not true for natural things. You think the tree had a designer. You think that the system in the universe, that our solar system had a designer. You think that a grain of sand had a designer, I presume. And so you can't point to a building, because with a building, we're contrasting that which occurs naturally with that which does not occur naturally. But now your analogy is to go to the things that occur naturally and say they have a designer. What's the justification for that?
You believe in the Big Bang?
That's irrelevant, but I accept that Big Bang cosmology is the current best explanation for the expansion of the universe.
Okay, yeah, I understand the question was a little bit off topic there. But just to reiterate, if you believe that something came from nothing,
I don't believe that. I didn't say that. I did. So first, this is really weird, Joel, because I pointed out that your question about Big Bang cosmology was irrelevant to answering my question of why you think that nature had a design. But also, you then went to, if I believe something or everything came from nothing, which is not something I've even said.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't even think that
nothing.
Right. I don't even think that nothing is possible. None of that makes any sense. So can we get back to why you think the universe requires an intelligent designer?
Okay. Well, since the Big Bang is the best explanation of how the universe came to be, with the
So I'm going to
three
interrupt you again
key-
because you paused, and not just because you paused, because you framed it as the Big Bang is the best explanation for how the universe came to be. I reject that, which is why I said the Big Bang is. I reject that because I said the Big Bang is the best current explanation for the expansion of the universe. The Big Bang is not how the universe came to be. We don't have any explanation for how the universe came to be, and it may be nonsense to say that the universe came to be because the universe, being the cosmos, beyond just our universe, but you get to the cosmos, may have always existed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to clarify.
We're not accepting the Big Bang in any sense other than the expansion of the universe, correct?
That's all the Big Bang is talking about. The Big Bang is not about the origin of the singularity. It is a mathematical explanation that begins from the Planck time forward from there and describes the expansion. You have a fundamental misunderstanding of what Big Bang cosmology is. It has nothing to do with the origin of the singularity.
Really? That's how I always heard it described. Well, maybe
I know, and that's not your fault, Joel, because that's how lots of people described it. I'd recommend calling in like when Dr. Aaron Adair is on Monday nights, or maybe when I have Dr. Blitz on, or even reaching out to them on their channels. But yeah, Big Bang cosmology is not about the origin of the universe. It is about the origin of the expansion of the universe. And it is a mathematical description. And we can only get back to the Planck time when you, prior to that, time and space or time is part of that model. And so it would be fair to say that if time began at the expansion, at least our current presentation of time, then there is no time at which the universe didn't exist. But yeah, it's not about the origin.
For the record, Joel, your misunderstanding of that is actually of Christian origin. You could say Jewish origin too. So there's basically over the last several decades, when trying to explain the Big Bang, it has been framed to be an alternative to the Christian passage that begins with "in the beginning." And because of that framing that comes from Christian culture, it has been mistaken to be in the beginning of all things, as opposed to the beginning of the universe as we know it to exist, which does not mean the beginning of the universe entirely. So in the beginning is why you made that mistake, because that's what you were looking for.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
Sweet. Continue, please. Thank you for allowing us the interruption. I get it's not always easy, but there's a lot going on and there's a delay. So tell us why we should believe that the universe is an intelligent designer.
Yeah. Well, I know you don't really agree with the building concept, but the way I look at it is, you look at the building and you see the walls and you see the roof. You look at nature and you see the animals, and you see the predator, you see the prey, you see the circle of life, you see all these scientific things that we have come to explain as to why everything works perfectly, why we're on a Goldilocks planet. And I know I'm ranting,
I think you didn't understand your explanation about contrasting.
Yeah, that's really weird. So I agreed that we can infer an architect from a building, but only because we already have solid evidence of buildings being designed by architects and buildings never occurring naturally. That means it's not directly analogous to animals and prey. And also, you just said everything works perfectly, and no, it doesn't.
Yeah. In fact, how it doesn't kind of is what counters your point, Joel, because if we're talking about an intelligent designer, if I'm an architect of a building and I find out that a high percentage of my buildings are all falling down because of some foundation that I am doing wrong, the way I pour foundation, or the weight load I'm putting on wood versus steel, as an intelligent designer, I correct that issue. And yet you have asphyxiation happening across the animal kingdom because most of our mouth holes, our food holes, are our breath holes. And so the creator of the universe has gone like, hey, I'm smarter than all of these humans who know to improve their design upon their buildings. And they're actually designing ways to get rid of my flaws like cancer. The humans who are the intelligent designers are having to correct for my building flaws.
Like the glasses I'm wearing. But I don't want to make a presumption, Joel, and I apologize if this sounds unfair. I'm assuming that you believe in like the Christian God.
You would be correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Really briefly, at the end of creation, God looks upon everything in Genesis and says it's good. He doesn't say it's perfect. And it's human sin that is often used in a biblical sense to describe why the world isn't perfect, why things aren't ideal. So I think you just might have misspoke a little there with the perfect thing, but I think you might have meant, if I'm being charitable, I think what you meant is why things seem to work cohesively. There are animals and there are prey, and we live in the Goldilocks zone and all that. And I wonder if you've considered the fact that, like, I don't know how much you accept about evolution, but if a planet,
for the major part,
I'm just saying, if a planet has a Goldilocks zone and evolution, the model, is correct, then whatever can evolve for that Goldilocks zone is going to fit it. So rather than saying the planet was designed for us, it's probably more accurate to say we were designed by natural selection as what could exist here. And that's why there's a wide variety of life that all uses a similar model and structure, because nature is efficient. Because, hey, once we get self-replicating models, we don't need to reinvent a wheel. But if there was a God, we wouldn't need a Goldilocks zone. You wouldn't need 1 billion sperm to be shot out. If God already knew exactly which sperm was going to get to the egg, there wouldn't be gross inefficiency all over the place there, and so that's why Christianity had to invent things aren't perfect. I guess it's our fault for sinning. God had a perfect plan and we fucked it up.
Yeah, and that's where our theologies would differ, wherein I believe some things are granted when you don't grant those things. As far
like what should I grant that I don't grant?
No. I'm just saying I'm coming in here with preconceived notions that are not entirely generally accepted.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be difficult at all, Joel. I'm a former Southern Baptist. I was going to be a pastor. I used to accept things. You're saying we're coming in with it. What is it you think we should accept as a preconception that you accept that we don't?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Please
I
continue.
believe you misheard me. Yeah, it's fine. I'm saying I had that misconception myself.
What misconception? What misconception?
Well, it's like I said, it's a difference in theology. You don't believe necessarily what I believe.
I don't have a theology. The purpose here is that you think a God exists.
I would beg to differ that we all have a theology.
Well, you're wrong. I don't have a theology.
So which God do you think I believe in? Joel, what God do you think I believe in? You didn't say live forology. You said theology. What God do I believe in?
So theology is specifically for a religion, correct?
Theology is a God-centered belief package.
Okay.
Or you could say it's the study of God.
Yeah, and forgive me for not knowing. What would be the word for what you believe without a God?
I believe in whatever is scientifically supported. I believe in many things. I don't know what are you saying?
I think I know what he's asking.
A worldview?
I think you're trying to get to the word epistemology. We have a different way of coming to the conclusions.
There's no way he's trying to get to epistemology if he didn't know what theology was.
Well, I don't know if you knew what the word
is how do you know what you know?
Right.
But you're talking about worldview. But my worldview is rooted in.
I think I'm more along the lines of what do you live for?
What do I live for? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
But I think you mean then personal philosophy. You have a different personal philosophy than me.
What motivates you? Your family?
What motivates me is staying alive, learning things, enjoying life, and making the world better. That's what I live for.
Yeah, arguably, if we wanted to get real crazy about it, and I would want Shannon or Forrest here to tell you the specifics, But the real specific answers, probably very specific interactions of chemicals and neurons. If you want to get like literal with it, and by the way, it'll be the same thing for you too. So what happens to me that causes me to be motivated? What is the thing that causes me to want to pursue whatever? It's going to be related to the brain, and actually it will be fundamentally the same thing that causes you that you're interacting with in your head. Like, we want to get real crazy with it.
Yeah, I could see that.
Which makes both of ours naturalistic, by the way. It doesn't evidence a God.
Yeah, I don't see any evidence for anything supernatural, but I told you what I live for.
No. Well, I know I'm bouncing around a lot. I'm sorry.
It's all right. That's all right. We've interrupted and cut off stuff, so it's fair for you to bounce around.
I would like to argue that you said, never mind, that was incorrect. Completely off.
I can help you, Joel.
No worries.
Joel, I can help you if you like.
How so?
I can ask a question that'll direct us to the key, like the issue we have here, right?
Yeah.
Cool. What about the world and the universe do you think is inadequately explained by natural explanations, or the explanations we would invoke, that religion does a better job than explaining and holds a superior position to simply just saying, I don't know?
What we live for.
Live for isn't a quality of religion, right? Like, dogs live for something. This is kind of why I brought it to the brain state. Dogs live for something. They can't articulate it. You think we're special because we're humans and we can. Dogs live for things as well. Dogs get fulfillment. They seek things. Animals that don't have that aren't as intelligent, at least at the way we measure intelligence, all live for stuff. None of this is a commentary on needs the invocation of a God literally existing. Matt and I will both say lots of people live for a God that they believe exists. That doesn't actually give you commentary on whether or not the God actually exists. In fact, Joel, you will know people who believe your God doesn't exist, but believe in a different God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what is...
See, the natural explanations, when somebody says, hey, what do I live for? There's a purely pedantic thing of, oh, I live to reproduce or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm suspecting when you say that there's not a sufficient naturalistic explanation for what you live for, it's because I'm going to bet that you think you live for some sort of supernatural approval from the governor and creator of the universe or something like that. I guess I could just ask, what do you live for, Joel?
Oh, I do my best to live for Christ every day.
Okay, to live for Christ. Is it possible?
I don't know if I do this necessarily for approval. I don't think I would say that.
So you're living for Christ, whether you want approval or not, you live for Christ. What if there is no Christ? Is it possible for someone to still live for a Christ that doesn't exist?
Well, I think historically, most scholars would agree that Christ, at the very least, was a real person. Correct?
That's not even in the fucking ballpark of what I asked. I asked, is it possible for someone to live for a Christ that does not exist?
Also, if being pedantic, I'd say the historical consensus is Jesus existed. Adding the word Christ might actually make that a little bit...
and Jesus might not have existed. But you just said that it's not possible for someone to live for a Christ that doesn't exist. So it's not possible to live for something that isn't real? Like, I can't live for Harry Potter. I can't live for Superman. I can't live for a God that you think is not real. Like, for example, I couldn't live for Allah or Vishnu.
No. I mean, I suppose you could live for them.
That's bizarre, because I know plenty of people who believe they are living for gods other than yours, and you say they can't.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, if you ask them what are they living for, that's what they would say.
Well, I don't believe they're real. So
I didn't ask you.
My answer stays the same.
Joel, I didn't ask you if the gods were real. I asked you if it was possible for people to live for something that isn't real.
Yeah, Joel, I'll blow your mind here. I believe you live for Jesus, like you said. I accept that. I don't believe that Jesus is real. So I believe you live for something that isn't real.
Yeah.
And you believe, as you just said, kind of, that there are people who believe, who would claim that they're living for something that you don't believe is real. And yet they believe it's real. Because it's possible to believe something is real and be wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know you're not wrong about Jesus being real?
It's all anecdotal.
Oh, thank you for admitting that you have no justification whatsoever. Because when I ask, how do you know that Jesus is real? And you say it's all anecdotal, that might as well be, I don't know and can't know, and neither can anybody.
Yeah, Joel, what do you reckon the evidence of the other people who believe in things that you think are not real? What do you think their evidence is?
Probably about the same. The only
so, Joel,
thing is,
don't you think we should...
the historicity of Christ as well.
You can't point to the historicity of Christ. You can't even point to the historicity of Jesus, let alone whether or not he's the Christ. But it's possible that a person historically existed that we know of as Jesus, and yet he was not divine, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Possible.
So how do you prove, since you can't prove that that person existed, if we just go ahead and accept, along with most of scholarship, whether they're right or wrong, that Jesus existed, how are you confident that he was divine?
How am I confident that he was divine?
Yeah.
Well, the eyewitness testimonies.
What eyewitness testimony? I'm not aware of any eyewitness testimony, but let's assume that we had 500 eyewitnesses about Jesus's life. How would that prove that he was divine?
Because 12 of those died horrible deaths for what they believed.
I'm sorry, Joel,
we can say,
Joel.
Yeah.
That's about whether or not they were willing to die for a belief. Is it possible for people to be willing to die for a belief that isn't true?
This week a bunch of people died for the belief of the Ayatollah.
It's not only so it's not only possible for people to die for a belief that isn't true. They might knowingly die for a belief that isn't true, but also they might have believed Jesus was divine, and that still wouldn't prove Jesus was divine, would it?
The proof of his divinity would be the resurrection. Now, whether or not you believe that
it wouldn't, Joel. No, it wouldn't, Joel. So first of all, we have no reason to think that Jesus was in fact resurrected. There's insufficient evidence for that. But let's go ahead and say for a second, I'll grant you Jesus was resurrected. How did that prove he was divine?
Because he prophesied that was going to happen.
I don't know. It doesn't matter whether he prophesied that it was going to happen. Was Lazarus raised from the dead?
Yes.
Was Lazarus divine?
No. But Lazarus
when all the zombies crawled out of their tombs and marched on Jerusalem, were they divine?
No.
Okay. So what about Jesus's resurrection means that he was divine?
None of those people said, I am God. I am the Father.
I'm sorry,
one.
Joel, is it possible for someone to say, I am divine, and then be resurrected and still not be divine?
I would highly doubt that.
I don't care what you'd highly doubt. This is the problem. I'm asking you if it's possible, because you're making a claim that you have good reason to think that's the case when you can't demonstrate he existed, you can't demonstrate he was crucified, you can't demonstrate he was resurrected, you cannot demonstrate how or why he was resurrected, and yet you want to stack up all of those anecdotes that you cannot verify and cannot investigate and pretend that you're reasonable in thinking he was divine. I'm sorry, but that's not how good reason works.
By the way, Joel, I've been listening to all of your reasoning with Matt for the last 5 minutes, waiting for the one that if we follow doesn't make Mormonism true. Are you a Mormon, Joel?
No.
Joseph Smith is a much more historical character than Jesus. There are way more eyewitness testimonies, not of just Joseph Smith, but Joseph Smith performing miracles. Joseph Smith claimed to have met God in Jesus Christ, be given a mission from him. So why aren't you a Mormon when the things that you're saying you value as evidence? And Joseph Smith believed in Jesus. Joseph Smith created the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So when everything that you just described, there's actually stronger evidence coming out of Mormonism, why aren't you a Mormon?
Is that true? Where is that evidence at?
Which evidence?
The evidence that Mormonism is more trustworthy.
I didn't say trustworthy, I said more historical. You said that you value eyewitness testimonies of miracles. There are actual people who are alive who's and their grandchildren exist today, who journaled about it, who talked about it. Joseph Smith was alive recently. There's perhaps it's still being validated, but a photograph of him. There's paintings of him by people who actually were looking at him when they were painting him. Joseph Smith is undisputed. There's no mythicist position on Joseph Smith like there is on Jesus and Muhammad and the people who think that there's a good chance that, or at least a chance that those people didn't actually exist at all. Joseph Smith's historical as fuck, and testimonies of Joseph Smith's divinity, at least divine mission, exist from lots of contemporary accounts, including the U.S. government, because he was arrested by the U.S. government a number of times. The whole trial of Jesus Christ, we don't have that historical record, but the trials of Joseph Smith, we have several. Did I just convert Joel to
I don't know, but
Mormonism?
somebody made a really good point in chat. Now, all of a sudden, Joel cares about evidence, wants to know what the evidence is for Joseph Smith. Why didn't you already know?
You know what, gentlemen? That comment was a very good point. You've given me both of you guys have given me a lot to think about, a lot to investigate myself, and a lot of scrutiny to put my own beliefs under. So
I look forward to hearing from you.
Guys.
Yeah.
I
look forward to hearing you again, because genuinely, I was a Southern Baptist. I believed that this is one of the, a lot of the things you said is stuff that would have come out of my mouth once upon a time. And that's the only reason I know what to ask to make people think about it. So I appreciate the fact that you're going to think about it. If you come up with better explanations or more questions or something else, hit us up. And if you wind up changing your mind, hit us up that way too. We don't, we just want to get to the truth. And I've been doing this for 20 years, asking somebody to give a good reason for God. And inevitably, people tend to find out that their reason for believing their belief isn't any better than people believing others. And it really should be. And that's why I'm not a believer anymore.
Thank you, Joel.
You know what? And I would have to agree. My bad. Sorry. I would have to agree with you that the truth is overall.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. Thanks so much, Joel. I appreciate the call. Thank you. Have a great night. Hey, we got some more calls here, including another theist. So Jay, we'll be getting to you in just a minute, but I wanted to put out a note because my producer, who doesn't actually beat me, but would probably like to if I don't actually make the announcements. It's my birthday month and it's Jimmy's birthday month. And we are here tonight and we are going to be reading super chats. So get your super chats in with questions for us. They can be political questions, religious questions, line questions, amusing, funny questions. You can ask, I don't know, boxers or briefs or other, any number of things. But we're going to be sitting here reading super chats after we get done with the calls. And we've got, I'm going to guess we've got maybe, I don't know, are lines still open right now, Arden? I think they are.
They look open to me.
Yep. Let's get on to this other theist caller, and then
there's a funny comment I want to read real quick in the live chat. This is my favorite one of the night. Dee Main wrote, "Let me take you back to biblical times, 1830s New York. That's the funniest one for me tonight, but it's probably a very Mormon funny thing.
Yes, it's from the Book of Mormon, the musical. Anyway.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it.
Wow.
I'm sorry, guys. I've heard the
you
soundtrack.
have to watch it. It's like my favorite musical of all time. Anyway, Jay is calling from Kansas, and Jay's a theist, Brunswick. He wants to debate on why Christian God exists. Hey, Jay, you're on with Matt and Jimmy. How are you?
Hello, how are you guys? I'm good. I'm good.
Cool.
Can you guys hear me well, by the way?
It's a little quiet, but that's all right. So when you say Christian God exists,
give me one.
I'm not remotely trying. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Can you guys hear me better?
Yeah, it's a little better. So
okay,
I need to do this for clarity to begin with. First of all, there's a slight delay, so sorry if we end up talking over each other. But you say you want to debate on why the Christian God exists. Can we get a super quick summary of what you mean by Christian God before we get to the defense? Because I would hope that you would agree that there are plenty of people out there who have some concept that they would call the Christian God, which isn't going to match yours. So.
Yes. Okay, so whenever I define God or the Christian God, it's the Yahweh, the Jewish God going into Christian, a personal being that was before what is the created order, is outside of the created order, that's intelligent and yeah, that's basically what it would be like. That is creator of all
the intelligent creator of reality.
Of all things, yeah. We could say reality.
Cool. What's the reason to believe in that?
Well, I mean, it was really interesting that you guys talked about the Big Bang, bang and whatnot. I think the Christian view of the Big Bang, like how you guys said, has been very wrongly put in, because you're right. There's no definite belief or the definite proof that there is a beginning of the universe. We just know that it's a possibility that there is a beginning of the universe. So we can both argue that there wasn't or there was. But if there was, then I believe that the universe, like how it says, the order of it, the fact that the stars or suns they can't be too close to each other, or even planets can't be too close to the sun. The fact that the planets are too close to the sun, don't have life, or the planets are too far away, don't have life. Therefore, Earth that is in a good spot does have life. And yeah. Uh-huh.
Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you.
I asked what reason why we should believe in the Christian God, the creator of reality. And you started talking about Big Bang and planetary locations. What does that have to do with?
It's basically what the guy was saying before me, order and design. The fact that
we've already thoroughly debunked that, though. Do you really want us to ask you the same? Have you got different answers to the questions we've already asked?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Then let's hear that. We don't need to rehash the other call.
Yeah. So the way that I feel like he articulated what he just threw into what I get, like, kind of conceded you guys, and you guys make great points about that. But the thing is, you guys take it to the end of, the beginning of your guys' arguments. It's a lot of chance, right? The order of natural stuff. That's all
Jay, stop. Jay, when I say we don't need to rehash the other call, I mean we don't need to rehash the other call. I need you to make your case for why we should believe this. And you would have to agree that nothing about the last call, nothing about that Jimmy and I have ever said in the history of our lives convinced you that this God exists. And so instead of rehashing that last call and telling us what we said there or didn't say there or anything else, I need you to tell us why you believe and you think we should believe.
Oh, well, I believe that, like I said, there's a God that's real because of the fact that, yes, even though the world isn't perfect, it moves in a way that's intelligently built, as in oxygen, all these things that scientifically are proven that it's like how he said a circle of life, but it's not necessarily the circle of life, but
Jay,
everything flows together and not necessarily perfectly.
Jay, we already addressed this. Let's imagine two planet Earths, okay? Let's invent two fictional Earths. One of them was not intelligently designed, but happens to be in the universe where it can produce life and has these conditions. And in another universe, it's intelligently designed and it contains the life that's on this Earth. How do you tell the difference between those two planets?
The keyword that you're using there is happens to be, right? So you're saying
it's
chance.
not. No, Jay. I'm saying here's planet A, and life occurred through no guidance, no intelligent design. And here's planet B, and life occurred through intelligent design. How do you tell the difference between those two?
To answer your question, you can't tell the difference.
Cool.
No, but you're
no,
phrasing
Jay,
the question a certain way.
Jay, listen to what you just said. If you cannot tell the difference between a planet where life was intelligent designed and a planet where life was not intelligently designed, then you could never make a case to reasonably conclude that life was intelligent design. You just undermined your entire argument in one admission, and I appreciate that.
No. Give me 1 sec though. Let me ask.
I don't
you
need to give you a second.
I have a question for you, Jay.
The whole point, Jay. No, Jay. Listen, if I take a deck of cards, I'm a magician. There's no reason for you to know that, and I shuffle them and I deal you a royal flush. Honestly, without any cheating. And then I stack a deck and I deal you a royal flush. The exact same result happened. And if you say you believe I cheated, and I say, how do you tell the difference between me stacking a deck and me honestly, randomly shuffling it, and you say I can't, then you have already admitted you cannot have a justification for saying I cheated. What you're doing is you're accusing the Earth of cheating, but you can't prove it.
But then my question to your hypothetical would be, then how was that planet able to produce life?
That's irrelevant. Whether you can tell the difference. Now listen carefully. Just you asked a question. Let me fucking answer it, please. Okay? If you can't tell the difference between the two, then you cannot at all bring up how it happened as relevant. That's like saying, hey, when you shuffled that deck of cards, how did you shuffle it? It doesn't matter. The point is, I have no idea whether there's an intelligent designer or not. I don't have any reason to think there is, because there's no evidence for magic. There's no evidence for no good evidence for anything supernatural, no way to test for anything supernatural. And so I have to say, I can't tell the difference between supernatural causation and something that I don't understand and can't explain. And so your argument that you're getting ready to make is, give me an explanation for how this happened without a designer. But that's a flawed argument. Because even if nobody ever has an explanation for how it happened without a designer, that does not in any way give you justification for believing there is a designer, which you've already admitted you can't have.
So, Jay, I will say you should explore that question, not on the show. If you're saying, okay, actually have it your way, you're right. Do we have an explanation? Where, there are better people who could explain it to you anyway, who are involved in those sciences. But hang on, Jay.
I'm sorry.
And Jay, hang on. I'm going to ask you a question to kind of illustrate the point here. Hang on.
Yeah.
From your understanding, do scientists propose that evolution happens randomly or non-randomly?
I'm not studied with evolution in that sense if they propose it randomly or non. I do believe it goes into the more I guess
No.
it goes into from adaptation to evolution. Does that make sense? According to how climate changes, then
Jay,
animals
you're
in itself
invoking
does.
climate change now. Your only question was, did scientists propose that evolution is random or non-random? And you started to say, I lean more random. That's incorrect. In fact, evolution is extremely non-random. So earlier you invoked oxygen. The reason why we breathe oxygen is because that's the only thing that, well, not necessarily the only thing, but that's the thing that we evolved to. So life in our form, nothing was ever aiming for Homo sapiens. Nothing was ever aiming for whatever creature you want. My dog, who I love. Nothing was ever aiming for those things. The type of life that evolved, because evolution is non-random, was the life that could evolve. So because people have this tendency to believe that the difference between life and non-life is this extraordinary thing, despite the fact that lots of things happen in chemistry, lots of things happen to non-life that is extraordinary and yet natural. Because we perceive the difference, because we're selfish, and it makes sense that we prioritize that. It like creates this world in which you think that like all the other things that are conceivable as non-random, orbit, nuclear fusion, all that kind of stuff, that makes sense as like a physics thing. Somehow when it comes to life, it's just the same shit. It's the same physics. It's the same chemistry. At some point, chemistry produced an atom that used chemistry to gather other atoms to replicate the exact, or rather produced a molecule to gather other atoms to produce the same molecule, to start replicating. And that chemistry exists in a way that can cause random adaptations, but those adaptations only persist if they're beneficial. That's why natural selection is evolution is extremely non-random, despite the fact that we have, and by the way, even when you say random adaptations, that's very limited too, because it's not truly random. It's not as though I could have a child that is born with wings. It can only it only has certain gene options there too. So as far as like what it could do next. So Jay, fundamentally you're calling in with a complaint that the randomness of, because that's what you had invoked earlier, and how perfect everything works when you don't have an understanding of functionally the things that we do know and how they work together, and how much that gap that used to just be called God has reduced in size, because we actually do understand a lot of the functions. So if you're going to use it as a throw an argument at us, well, how would you say I do it? That I'm not interested in. But if you're asking that question because you genuinely want to know, I would say you should want to know that and go learn it. Because we don't have the time here, and Hank Green's got a better course than we could do on it anyway.
No.
As does Forrest.
I'm sorry. I came into the call assuming that you guys would be debating that God isn't real. But you guys are coming at it in a way that prove to me that God's real, but I'm not going to prove to you that He's not. And that would make sense, because then my question would then have validity. If you guys don't believe that there's a God, then I would ask you, then how does this happen? And I'm not saying that I believe things are random.
We have an answer for that. Jay, you've missed the point. Depending on what God you're talking about, I might actively believe that God isn't real. If there's a God that is logically contradictory, I actively believe it's not real. If you're proposing a God that is in conflict with known facts about reality, then I actively believe that God isn't real. But I cannot falsify that which isn't falsifiable. So if you believe in an unfalsifiable God, it would be silly to pretend that we falsified an unfalsifiable God. But we do have a naturalistic explanation for the diversity of life. We don't have a concrete scientific explanation for the origin of life, but we have a number of propositions, and the building blocks of life exist everywhere. The only thing left to explain is the nuts and bolts of how it happened in this case, not the nuts and bolts of how it could happen. Meanwhile, is your God supernatural in any sense?
Yes. To answer the question directly, but can I elaborate?
Sure.
like how I said, whenever it comes to God, the belief in the God that I believe in, he's outside of the materialistic. So whenever I say he's supernatural, he's above what is time, space, and matter, right?
How?
So he can, in that.
Wait, Jay, how does he do that? Sorry, Matt, but I get so tired of
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Go ahead. How does he exist outside of time, matter, and space?
Because in order to then create something, you have to be outside of it. And so we
no. That's you just invoking. That's just you reclaiming he's outside of it. I didn't ask, is he outside of it? How? Since when we have a belief that is solid, you need to know the mechanics of it. We have to explain to you how evolution works. You're making claims about God, and now I'm asking you to explain the mechanics of your God. How does your God exist? What are the mechanics of your God existing outside of time, space, and whatever your other thing is?
See, if I ask the same question on how this hypothetical Earth goes, you guys shut me off.
No, I didn't. I explained it to you.
No,
and you have the claim.
No, Jay. And the difference is we're not claiming there is no God. You're claiming there is a God. He's asking you how it does that. I was going to ask you, how can you detect the supernatural? Because so far, no one has come up with any method at all to detect the supernatural. And yet you asserted that your God is supernatural. And if you assert something is something and you have no way to detect it, then your assertion that God is supernatural is fundamentally identical to you asserting that intelligent design is required, which you've already admitted you can't do. So what is your method for determining, for identifying and detecting the supernatural? And to answer Jimmy's question, how does God exist outside of time?
Okay, but see what your guys. Okay, I'm just gonna answer with what you guys' presuppositions is. So if you cannot explain
there's no presupposition. We literally asked you questions about what you asserted.
Explain it. Then
no, you can't. You keep dodging, and now you're talking about presuppositions. We literally asked you.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
You're interrupting me.
I know what
you're literally interrupting me. You're literally fucking interrupting me. We asked you two questions about your claim. You claimed God is supernatural and exists outside of space-time. And my question is, how did you detect that? And Jimmy's question is, how can God do that?
Okay. Let me answer your questions plainly, and then let me elaborate if I could. Is that fine?
I don't need a fucking preamble. I need you to do it.
No, I know it's just whenever I do it, and then I say the answer.
Oh
but then you guys think you guys got me.
All right.
Then I.
Jay. Sorry. I've done this for a lot of years. And I'm really fucking irritated at the moment. I don't need a preamble. I don't need you to complain about how you haven't been able to finish. We're not the ones who marched in here making claims that we cannot demonstrate on subjects we do not understand. Your claim is God exists outside of nature. I don't know of any way to detect the supernatural. I also have concerns that it's bizarre to assert that something exists outside of time, because time is necessarily a function of existence. If something exists for zero time, that is identical to non-existence. So I'm asking, how can you detect the supernatural? And Jimmy's asking, how can God exist outside of space-time? That's it. I don't need you to let me finish. Let me do that. Just answer those questions. That's it. Try again.
The supernatural. Oh.
You are now unmuted.
Hello? Okay. Oh, okay. You cannot detect the supernatural physically. You cannot. And I'm not even going to make the argument.
Jay.
Okay. I'm answering.
Jay. No, this is the problem. I didn't say
I said
physically.
You can't.
How do you have something other than a physical way to detect the supernatural?
Okay, no, you cannot detect.
Okay,
you cannot.
If you cannot detect the supernatural,
okay.
If you cannot detect the supernatural, and God is supernatural, how can you detect God?
You cannot detect God scientifically.
Okay. I didn't say. See, this is where your fucking dishonesty is going to annoy the shit out of me, Jay. I didn't say scientifically.
Because
I'm going to mute you, because if not, I'm going to yell at you for interrupting again. I didn't say physically, and I didn't say scientifically. Your dishonest brain, attempting to defend your undefendable belief, inserted those words as a self-defense mechanism so that you feel like you've been fucking honest when you fail to acknowledge that you were asserting, oh, you ran away. When you fail to defend what you've claimed. I'm very careful with what I'm asking. Jimmy's not going to even get a weak-ass attempt at his answer because you had to run away.
Yeah,
so that's your next defense. Defense number one is to pretend like you've answered, or pretend like you've tried to answer, or pretend like you understand when you don't. Defense number two is to answer the question, but add in some sort of criteria that wasn't in the question that gives you a comfort zone so that you can feel like you said something when you said nothing. And your final defense is to run the fuck away.
Well, he's apparently back.
I don't believe it.
I will say, as we bring him back in here, the reason why I like the how question is in engaging with a lot of theists who watch our show, I think we a lot of times don't address enough how much they think God did it is an answer, and that it's actually less than. So, in other words, a lot of people would be like, abiogenesis, how did it happen? Well, I don't really know, but it could be this, could be this. Here are the hypotheses. You could pop it up. And then they go, well, I can confidently say it was God. And they think that's more of an answer because they said it confidently. And it's literally like, okay, right, but then how did God do abiogenesis? Well, God decided life would exist, right? How did that mechanism work? His thoughts moved, like how did it happen? And when as soon as you just go like, if I just ask you the exact same questions you're asking about my beliefs, we'll actually find it's less of it I don't know. It's literally like, oh, I don't know, but when he says Expelliarmus, the wand flies away. What happens in between? I got nothing on. Whereas we do. Anyway, we'll try and bring him back in if you like.
He's saying he didn't hang up, was disconnected. I have difficulty believing that, but I will retract that. I will retract that accusation, but I won't retract any of the rest of it. So let's try. Jay, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I got disconnected. I promise I didn't hang up.
Okay. Then answer the questions.
Okay. So no, you can't detect that. No, there's no way to prove that God is outside of time. There's no way. There's no measurements. There's no way to measure God. That is the correct the answer. Correct. Now, can I speak a bit? So what I will say, though, is we do not know everything about Earth, all that stuff. So only because we do not know, or we can't even measure everything. So only because we are not able to measure does not mean that it's unexplainable or doesn't exist.
I'm sorry. I don't know who you're talking to, because I didn't say that anything was unexplainable. I didn't say that we knew everything, and none of us suggested that because we don't know everything, that therefore there's not something else out there. I want to know why you believe in something that you admit you can't confirm. I don't. If I can't confirm something, I don't believe it.
That's fine. Yeah. So I believe in God because I'm a Bible reader, and like how you said, like how you shared that you're a Baptist, but I think it boils down to like how everybody's going through is Jesus Christ, right? I do believe that Christ is divine. I do believe that Jesus Christ is one of the three beings, three persons in what is the being God, right?
Jay?
So the Trinity.
Jay? So you believe that does Jesus talk to people now?
Not in the way that people supernaturally in that aspect. I don't lean towards that. How
do you know that Jesus is still alive? Does Jesus still exist?
He's still alive. Yes, he still exists. Yes.
Okay. How do you know that?
Through validity of his words whenever he was alive and what he spoke of and what he lived through and his resurrection.
Okay, so basically you have a story that you can't demonstrate, but even that story doesn't show that he still exists. But if in fact Jesus still existed, could he communicate with us right now?
If he want, yeah, if he wanted to, he could.
Doesn't that make God testable?
Yes, but we don't obligate God to do what he pleases.
I didn't say anything about obligating God. You're sitting here suggesting
Yeah.
that you believe something that you can't test. But doesn't the Bible say that, for example, whenever two or more of you are gathered together in my name, whatever you ask for, I will do it?
No, whenever two or more are gathered in my name, I am there, is it correct?
Whatever you ask for, I will do it.
Yes, in his name, but that's according to his will.
Oh, so when it says whatever you ask for, I'll do it, it should say whatever you ask for, I'll do it if it's in my will.
Actually, it does afterwards. And it says, but according to his will. And not only that, whenever it talks about prayer in the Bible, it talks about variables, right? So if it's in his will, he'll do it. Sometimes if you have enough faith, but also it all just depends
James
on the
3
will
would
of God
disagree with
in
you.
that.
If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who giveth to all men liberally and withholdeth not.
Yeah, but that's wisdom. That's not necessarily in the sense of what's it called?
I'm sorry, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about John 14:13.
Yeah, but see, we can't compare wisdom to if I ask him for a car.
I didn't say anything about wisdom.
I did.
I didn't say anything about wisdom.
Yeah.
I'm talking about John 14:13.
No. I was answering Jimmy. I'm sorry if I get
That's
you guys' name wrong.
That's
it's
fine.
not that.
That's fine. So
I mean, I still stand by it. The claims you just made about what prayers God would answer, James says what you just said is not true. And then you trying to special define wisdom is an absurd. Wisdom would include knowledge of God. For you to be able to try and special define wisdom out is very dumb.
No. I'm saying we can't compare a prayer for a physical, or let's say if I were to be like, God, right now, reveal yourself in.
That's not what I'm asking. Right? I don't see here you are again being dishonest. You're answering. No. You're being. What's Matthew 18:19 and 20 say?
I don't have my Bible in front of me, but give me a sec.
I do. I always have my Bible in front of me. Matthew 18 verses 19 and 20 says, again, this is a red letter. This is directly from Jesus, supposedly. Again, I say to you that if two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. For where two or three are gathered together in my name, there I am in the midst of them. That is an express verse that says, wherever two or more of you are in agreement about something, God will do it. Why doesn't that happen?
Okay, so I mean, if you single out verses, which then you can get context of it, but you got to read it out of the context of the whole Bible and the whole book.
You're so full of shit, Jay. Jay,
no,
I'm
because
not.
you can't take stuff out of context.
No, Jay. What's the fucking context that shows that I'm wrong? Because while I'm not a Bible scholar, I know this shit way better than you do, and everybody I know has given some other excuse. And you know what the most common excuse is? Fucking context. So here we are. I've got Matthew 18 open. I'm reading it right now. What is the context that suggests my understanding that verse is wrong?
Okay, give me one sec.
To Google or hit AI?
No,
Bible
I'm
GPT.
reading the scriptures. I'm reading the scriptures.
Maybe you should ask God.
Jay, I kind of think you should bail on tonight and try and come back with a better argument, because we haven't even gotten to return to your whole. There's a lot we don't know about the Earth defense earlier. I
think you guys are look, because you could take that scripture, but if you put it with other scriptures,
which context? Matt already asked you. Which context changes it? Which scripture changes the context of that verse?
in James, you pray, but you don't get. Why you don't get? Because you pray out of on your desires and your wants.
That's not what I'm addressing. I'm addressing Matthew 18, verses 18, 19, and 20. What's the context that suggests I'm wrong?
Well, then if that's the case, then you can say whatever you bind on earth is bound in heaven, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Your fucking Bible says that. How dare you suggest that there's a context that suggests I'm wrong and then quote the fucking book as if I'm the one saying it. Verily I say unto you, whatever, shut up, Jay. Whatever you shall bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever you shall loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Again, I say to you that two of you shall agree on anything as touching anything that shall ask, it shall be done for them by my Father which is in heaven. For where two or three are gathered together in my name, there I am in the midst of them. You know what that means? That means no two people have ever agreed on peace on earth, on an end to hunger, on God revealing himself to anybody, ever. Give me the context that shows that I'm wrong, or piss off.
Oh. I'm just going to keep my cool.
Piss off.
Okay, so I get that you...
No, sir. I said, give me the context where I'm wrong, or you can piss off.
Okay, so... Give me one second.
How you doing, Jimmy?
Thinking about how I'm God, because earlier Jay said that we can't eliminate God as an explanation because there's a lot of things we don't know about the earth. And then I realized that's true. And actually, I'm God. And if Jay doesn't believe in me, I'm going to torture him forever. And the only way for him to show he believes in me is to send all the money he has to me through Cash App. And if he doesn't, I'm going to burn him forever. And I'm curious why he wouldn't now, because he has no good reason. Jimmy A. Snow on Cash App, by the way, for people who want to send me birthday gifts. But anyway, I was just thinking about how I'm God.
Did you find that context yet, Jay?
Yeah, okay, so in that scripture, there in that aspect, I'm talking about context of the whole Christian belief. In that scripture, yes, Jesus himself
I'm
says,
sorry, Jay. I'm sorry, Jay. I asked you
yes.
for the context. I want you to give me the context, not tell me what you mean by context. What is the context that shows I'm wrong?
In that scripture, you're not wrong per se. No.
Goodbye.
It's funny
because
right,
I'm not fucking wrong. That's how I got out of this stuff. And that's where you're still dishonest, Jay. We'll see. Go off and think about it. We will see you another time when you figure out that the people who don't know the Bible are the ones that try to pretend like there's a context. Those of us who are out now, we read it all multiple times. I have a tool that I use to study all of this, which I've shown many times. It's called e-sword.net. And I can pull up virtually any Bible you want, including Bible dictionaries, and cross-reference and research the differences between the Masoretic text, the Septuagint. I don't read or understand independently Hebrew, Greek, or Aramaic, but I've got those dictionaries here so that I can look it up, and I can cross-reference when a specific word is used in different versions of the Bible. Unlike Jay and the overwhelming majority of people sitting in pews extremely confident that they have a magic best friend that loves them and will probably tell them everything someday, but won't tell them fuck all today. Some of us decided to follow the scripture and wondered why, when we hit our knees and prayed, when we were fulfilling our Great Commission, as proclaimed in the Gospels, when we were doing our obligation under 1 Peter 3:15 that says, be prepared at all times to give a reason for the faith that's within you. When we did that, we found out there isn't context that makes these problems go away. It's not context that makes the problems go away. It's confusion. It is dishonesty. It is cherry picking. And the Bible says God is not the author of confusion, and that this book is confusing, which means if that verse is true, the rest of it can't be. The Bible also says, let God be true and every man a liar. And so if you're going to go off and read and try to figure out the context live on the air to show that I'm wrong, you're a liar because you're not trusting God. You should have hit your knees and prayed, Jay. You should ask God what he wants you to tell us. You should ask God what the answer to that is. Because let God be true and every man a liar. And the Bible is a book of men. And that's one of my favorite verses because it was written by a bunch of liars. It is defended by a bunch of liars. It is made excuses for by a bunch of liars. And it's not even their fault because they're not trying to be awful people, most of them. They've bought into a line of bullshit that they don't understand and can't defend. And the only way that they can keep from losing their mind and admitting that this isn't real is to lie. And most of them, like you, Jay, I think, don't even know they're doing it. To listen to you, respin a question and add a word, respin a question and add a word. Oh, that's context, but it's not an actual context. Or in that verse, you're not wrong, but it's this broader context. It is a lie. And you're better than that. So go be better than that. Anyway, happy birthday, Jimmy.
Thanks. It was funny that he wanted to accuse you of basically cherry picking when he wanted to cherry pick and then throw out. Yeah. I just want that verse to not apply. There's a grander context, which is so code for my version of Christianity is the right version of Christianity, and I don't want that verse to mean that, so it must not. Because I can't point to a single reason why that verse doesn't.
Well, I was getting ready to go to the atheist callers because there's just somebody that's been on hold for over 2 hours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, go
ahead. But we have a deal where we take theist callers first. So we're going to take the theist caller. And honestly, I'm contentedly been on hold for the rest of Ben's life. I know you heard that, Ben. But if you're going to say that you want to talk about the war on Iran and think it's fully justified and that the ICE operation is justified, you're too stupid for me to deal with in my birthday month. So we're going to go to Max, a theist in North Carolina, pronouns are him, who says Jesus Christ is real, was documented extra biblically, and does have divinity. Hey, Max, how are you?
That's quite the claim.
Hey, man, how you doing? Good evening, by the way. Hope you guys are having a good night.
Yeah, it's a mix. When you say it was documented extra biblically, do you mean by contemporaries?
What do you mean by contemporaries? I'm not familiar with that word.
So contemporary means at the same time. I'm aware that there are, for example, Josephus is a historian who references Christians and includes some passages that talk about Jesus, but Josephus wasn't a contemporary.
I mean, I have an uncle who says he witnessed Jesus, so
I'm not familiar with Josephus. I was just reading a little bit of TACIS. I don't know if that's how you say his name.
It's not how you say his name. So this is so weird that you're calling in to say there's extra biblical stuff. Tacitus is also not a contemporary. And so none of these are firsthand accounts. Do you have any firsthand extra biblical accounts of anything from Jesus?
That wasn't my argument. Sorry to cut you off.
How long after Jesus' I'm curious about how much you know then. How long after Jesus' death is the Tacitus account estimated to have happened?
I believe maybe 33, around 90, maybe 90, 80 years after.
Yeah, 80 to 90 years after.
So like if somebody today tried to tell me about Elvis's abduction by aliens, that would be pretty close to the potential event, but it wouldn't be a contemporary.
Max, does it bug you that Jesus was such a disruptor? He was such a he's reported to have just been, by Christians mostly, so ahead of his time, caused such a ruckus and done absolute miracles, blind people being healed, food being multiplied, and nobody wrote it down who witnessed it.
I mean, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, like the four Gospels, they were all firsthand accounts.
No, they're not. They're not eyewitness accounts, and nobody knows who the author of those books are.
When was Matthew written?
And I do realize that the New Testament,
Max,
as we know it.
Max, when was Matthew written?
So I know, like I was about to say this. So I know that the New Testament, as we know today, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and the books that later followed, they weren't formally gathered until around the 4th century, and that was the modern New Testament as we know it. Before
that's not
then,
relevant.
It was like
that's
when
not
were they
relevant.
written?
I'm sorry.
We're not asking when they were gathered. We're asking when they were written.
I was going to get to that. So before
Well,
then,
How
to
about we
it.
start by getting to it? Let's start with the answer to the question.
I was just saying that. I mean,
when was Matthew written?
But what I was saying was that before that, the manuscripts they used to make the New Testament itself, I'm not familiar with where exactly they got those specific manuscripts from. I mean, the only thing I can think of is it was passed down through the church because the church at the time was illegal.
Okay, so since you're not answering the question after promising you to answer the question, I'm just going to ask you a different question. Were any of the books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John, written while Jesus was alive?
No.
Correct. Were any of the books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John, confirmed? Have they been confirmed and even accepted broadly by Christian scholars to have been written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John?
No.
Who did write them?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, based on my understanding.
No, they're anonymous. We don't know. In fact, you kind of just acknowledged it a moment ago. It's not been confirmed. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the earliest one starts 30 to 40 years after, was written 30 to 40 years after, and then they get worse from there, and we don't know who wrote them. So why would you have said that those were accounts written by people who were alive at the same time as Jesus?
So the reason I believe that is because at the time, it was very, very, the reason why they were in anonymously is because at the time it was illegal. You know, Christians were being killed, throwing into the Colosseums, the deaths of the apostles. The reason why I believe, and I got this from speaking to my saint at my church. I mean, not my saint, my priest at my church. And at the time, the authors deliberately wanted to remain anonymous, obviously to avoid being killed.
So I have questions. Do you know which of the four gospels was written first?
I do not.
Mark was written first. This is not like Christian scholars, non-Christian scholars, New Testament scholars. It was just written first. Was Mark a disciple?
No.
No. He was Mark, the person who's credited with writing that book, is supposedly a disciple of Peter. So Mark wasn't an eyewitness. The author of Mark, which we can't confirm because we have no autograph copies, it's just church tradition that this was written by Mark. And so the earliest gospel in the New Testament was written by someone, we don't know who, but the church claims that it was written by a disciple of a disciple. And Matthew,
are you referring to the Catholic Church?
No, I'm not just the Catholic Church. I'm saying the Christian Church broadly, Christian tradition, both the Catholic Church, Protestant churches, scholars that address this. Now, it was probably the Orthodox Church of the Catholic Church one that so this is pre-church for canonization.
The Catholic Church.
Sorry, what?
You mean like just when it was the Catholic Church, like there was no Roman Catholic?
It was before it was recognized as a Catholic Church. So the point is, it is Christian Church, Catholic Church tradition to give this Gospel of Mark. And why would it be the case that God would have the oldest and best gospel have no original copies, no autographs, no way to verify the author, and the author isn't an eyewitness, isn't claiming to be an eyewitness, and then have the two other gospels copy from that gospel? Why would Matthew and Luke need to copy from somebody else who wasn't there and wasn't pretending to be there?
For faith.
For faith. Why is faith a good thing?
I believe, yes, it is. It depends on what you put your faith in. But if you put your faith in Christ, then I do believe it's a good thing.
Why would it be a good thing to put your faith in Christ instead of putting your faith in me?
Because Christ says, if you put your faith in me, then and follow what I tell you, then you'll be saved.
If you put your faith in me and follow what I tell you, you won't be gullible and buy into bullshit. Isn't that better than what Jesus said?
If you die right now, will you be able to bring yourself back in 3 days?
No, I don't think I'll be able to bring myself back. Can you point to anybody who was able to bring themselves back?
Christ.
No, you have no evidence of that.
But that's what I put my faith in.
Okay. See, that's the thing. If you put your faith in me, you won't believe in nonsense. If you put your faith in me, I will point you to sound epistemology, skepticism, and scientific inquiry so that you won't buy into bullshit.
For the people listening, this feels important to point out. This isn't even for Max, and Max is almost a lost cause of a caller. I can already tell. Even scholars don't believe it was the illegal thing that prevented people from writing the Gospels. Generally, the scholarly consensus is twofold.
Illiteracy.
One, it was that before then it was an oral tradition. The people who believed in the oral tradition believed Jesus Christ was coming back soon, so there was no pressure, because the Bible, or the story says he's coming back soon. There wasn't pressure to write it down. And then two, it started to spread. It started to geographically move. So the geography and the ability to spread it more consistently, this tradition, this oral thing would have been why. And actually those sort of undermine the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John being the authors' theories as well, which is why even so many Christian scholars believe they are anonymously written and not by those individuals. None of the because it was illegal or scary is a part of any serious scholar's theory.
It was very much illegal, but I appreciate you.
It actually wasn't. It actually wasn't. There were local governors who had problems with it, but it actually wasn't very much illegal.
What's your evidence that it was illegal?
Are you familiar with the fish symbol that the early Christians
yes, it's
used?
called an ichthus.
Yeah.
But go ahead, tell me more about the law.
So
where was it illegal?
So why would they need to use that to hide where their churches were? Why would they need to hide where their churches were?
I'm sorry. I didn't ask you to make an argument. I asked you what your reason, who made it illegal and where?
Yeah, that's a simple answer.
Okay.
Where was it illegal?
Yeah. Let me find where I read this at.
No, I don't need you to go find stuff. I need you to, you called in to say that Jesus was documented extra biblically when he wasn't by any contemporary. You don't know a thing about the Bible. You think faith is a good thing. You put your faith in a story that you cannot demonstrate. And now you're making assertions about what was illegal and you don't know.
I'm not a wise man. You know,
I'm sorry, you need to prepare. You need to prepare to defend the gospel of Jesus Christ and whatever other claims that you're actually going to make. I'm not here so that you can go chat GPT. I'm not here so that you can go chat GPT something that you're clueless about. You don't even know what the fish symbol is fucking called.
Well, actually, I was looking that up on Google, but I just recently converted to the faith about a year ago. So I'm a new Christian, right? Before this, I was just
well, at least we didn't lose a skeptic.
And I know you're not here to listen to my testimony and all that, so I'm not going to get into that.
Correct.
But I'm new to the faith. I am still learning. You know, I just came here to talk to you about my theology. You know, I'm not some super theologian or whatever. But
we know.
Max, I don't care about any of this. All I care about is that you claimed, your initial claim was Jesus Christ is real. There's extra biblical documentation, which is a meaningless statement unless you mean extra biblical contemporary accounts. Otherwise, again, my dad writes about his interactions with Jesus. That doesn't make Jesus exist. And he does have divinity. Can you prove that Jesus Christ has divinity, or can you only prove that he is claimed to have divinity and you accept the claim?
I can only prove that he is claimed to have divinity and that I accept the claim.
Right. So you don't have a reason anyone else should believe. I'm not impressed that you used to not be a Christian, because you clearly don't know what it means to be a skeptic. It was not an empire law that it was illegal. As I already said, there were local governors who had issues with it.
Christians?
Boy, if you'd only listen to this next sentence, because there were local governors like Pliny the Younger who had issues with it. In fact, Pliny, I believe, is the one who mailed the emperor to go like, hey, what do I do about these Christians? Showing that there wasn't a law, because the empire had not put a law out. So it kind of seems like you want, by the way, I don't know if we're on speaker or whatever, but hearing the repetition of my own voice in some sort of weird electronic filter is driving me crazy.
You are.
Well, you were definitely asked by the screener to not be on speaker, because that's what the screeners ask everybody.
All right, are you good now?
Yeah, so we hear you now. So it's interesting, because like we saw with the last caller, like we see with the way when people try to like push arguments in, we're expected on this end of the debate show to be ready to answer for and argue for everything that's even tangential to the beliefs we have or implied by the beliefs we have. But we can have somebody like you, Max, call in confidently saying Christ was real, his divinity was real, documented extra biblically, and the proof was that the Gospels were written by them, but the reason we don't know, like you're making all these claims confidently. Then when pressed on it, have to admit I shouldn't be this confident. I don't really know. I'm still learning. It's wild.
I am still learning, but I also am confident, and like
if
the
we
arguments that I made.
Yes.
If we
It's called
perform
Dunning-Kruger.
If we perform 10 times as well as you did on this call, we would have to retire from our jobs. If we did 10 times better than you, it would not be good enough to be an atheist debater.
So the ichthus symbol was used so that, like, for example, when there was Roman persecution, and I'm sure there are places at some point where proselytizing was illegal, because there are places right now where proselytizing is illegal. None of that has anything
100%.
to do. Cool. I'm glad you know something. None of that has anything to do with whether or not Christianity is true. None of that has anything to do with the origin of that symbol, which was not, did not originate to hide. It was used in that way to avoid persecution, but it was not originated. And if you go back and read Augustine, he'll talk about the origin of this and the loaves and fishes and Jesus living his life in the moral waters, and why the fish is represented there. So I got one last potential question, because you basically said this is faith, and faith is a good thing, and you can put your faith in Jesus, and I think you're putting your faith in a story. But you called in to say that he was documented extra biblically, which isn't actually accurate, at least amongst contemporary. It doesn't matter. It's like you could write a story right now about Jesus, and that's not documenting Jesus, and so neither are the other ones that you'd point to. But you also said he has divinity. By that, I'm assuming you mean he's divine or God incarnate. How would you demonstrate that that's true?
So there's nothing that I can say that like we can as humans like physically test to prove, okay, this guy was divine, or no firsthand accounts like a written down statement, or like
let's talk about less about what there isn't. Can you get to what there is, Max?
Like showing that he walked on water. Can I finish though?
No, because you're just listing the things that we don't have, and you've already done this. Let's skip the things we don't have.
How can you prove? How can you prove RNA replicates? I wouldn't start with a list of things I can't do.
Yeah.
So how can you demonstrate his divine?
So what I can say to you, as like for you to have your own proof of his divinity is, I mean, I don't know if you're gonna do this or not, but because you generally have to have faith to do this. Like this is the reason why I
He's about to say things we've already done, so everyone knows.
Hey, Max.
Yeah, Max, but no,
Max,
just meditate on the word and like
Max. I walked down the aisle at the age of 5 and accepted Jesus into my heart. I was an active Christian from the age of 5 up until past 30. I was studying to be a minister. I believed I was saved and washed in the blood of Jesus Christ. I have studied this religion my entire life while I was a believer, and now that I'm out. What is it you think you're going to tell me to do that you don't think I've done?
Have you taken the Eucharist?
Yes, I have. Despite the fact that I wasn't Catholic,
Okay.
I did give Catholicism a try. You know what it didn't do?
That is
It
good.
didn't
I am
turn
not a
into
Catholic,
it didn't
but
turn
I'm
into
not
the
a
body
Catholic,
of
but that is
Jesus.
good.
It didn't turn into the body of Jesus. The transubstantiation is a lie, like most of Catholicism's extra stuff.
Hey Max, when I was 16, the truth of God was extremely obvious to me. And I acknowledge that, like, oh my goodness, it's so clearly true. And so I started a journey that lasted about 3 years where I went, it's so obviously true. I am going to seek out the perfect argument for it. And I'm going to build my evidence case so that when I come across atheists, I can put them to absolute shame with the overwhelming amount
that
of
was wrong. That's wrong.
with the no, I was actually following the Bible's advice about defending my beliefs and other scriptures, but you wouldn't accept those scriptures. Anyway, Max, I wasn't Max. I super wasn't done talking. Max, I super wasn't done talking. Max, I super. Hey, Max, was I done talking? Okay.
Max, did you sell everything you
Why
had?
are you yelling? I'm calm. Why are you yelling?
Okay, you're calm because you're smug and interrupting, and now you're fucking muted, so it won't matter how calm you are. Listen to Jimmy.
This isn't what yelling sounds like from me. At most, I raised my voice to speak over your voice, which decided you get to talk at the same time as me. And anytime you get to speak on this show is by the benevolence of either myself or Matt. We're the closest thing to a God you've ever actually interacted with. Now, Max, the thing I was saying was, it was so obvious to me. The Holy Ghost's testimony to me was so strong. And I felt that I received a witness from God that that journey would be fruitful and that I would be able to defeat not just atheists, but Muslims, other types of Christians, and I'd be able to bring everybody to the Word of God by essentially being a special little guy for the Lord, a little prophet dude, potentially. The end of that, you're kind of seeing it. I mean, the 3-year journey ended, God, I'm getting old, a long time ago. With my atheism, because it turns out when you have that confidence in a belief, if your belief isn't true and you seek to prove it, and you do so honestly, seeking to prove it, Matt, let me handle that one for the record. Since I see you guys talked about it, and you seek to prove it, it turns out if you are consistent with your standards of evidence, consistent with this is what it takes to reach a threshold of I accept this is true, the Bible, the God, the Jesus Christ, all of those beliefs, they are not hard to figure out. They aren't true. The Bible is laughably untrue and obviously untrue. Max, here are your final thoughts, because I genuinely, once we're past the point of you think you get to talk at the same time as me, I genuinely lose interest. So, final thoughts, Max,
so
unless
can I
Matt wants
respond
more
to
of
that?
you. No. Thanks, Max.
Oh,
All right. See you.
Hey, Max, you should look up what the Bible has to say about what one must do to be saved. And you specifically go to what Jesus was asked about what one must do to be saved, because the advice you gave demonstrates how new you are to all this. It's not consistent with what Jesus was talking about. See, Jimmy, despite being a Mormon, cared about the Bible, and so did I. And so when the Bible tells you, go ye therefore unto all nations and teach them and baptize them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, Matthew 28-19 or so, that's what I was doing. And when Jimmy talks about, and I probably shouldn't be talking for Jimmy, but when he talked about thinking he would be able to own or convert atheists and Muslims and everything else, so did I. Yeah. Because that's what the Bible promises. Yeah. That nothing can stand up against the name of Jesus Christ, not demons from hell, and certainly not some smug atheist prick. And yet, you know what? Here I am, 20 years standing up, calling God a fucking mafia boss, a thug, a fictional invention. Every God, not just yours, not just the Catholic God that is surrounded by bullshit saints and transubstantiation and all kinds of crap because people were too stupid and they let the church do all the interpreting for them. Then the Protestants came along and said, oh, no, I can have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ because you can make up whatever the fuck you want. The Bible, as one of my former co-hosts who I miss dearly, is a great big book of multiple choice. You can make it say whatever you want because you can just say, like our last caller, context, or you didn't do it right, or you had a hardened heart. God turned you over to a reprobate mind. Your heart was too hard. You didn't come to God with, hey, I was a sincere believer. The only thing I wanted to do was be the best Christian I could be. I didn't have a bad relationship with somebody at church. I wasn't hurt by anybody at church. All I wanted to do was do what I thought God wanted me to do. And by the way, the people of my church also thought that, which is why you can go watch a debate where they showed up when I was an atheist. I was debating against the resurrection claims, and they got up to ask me, what happened? We thought you were going to go on to great things for God. So I don't need your testimony. I don't need testimony from the guy who thinks the fish symbol was to counter the illegalness and is brand new to all of this, and yet is going to tell two guys that have been doing this for ages, we just did it wrong. Oh, did you ever take the Eucharist? Yeah, many, many times. Oh, the Catholic one? Yeah, I did that one once too. Congrats. All right.
For me, it's like, if you're going to tell, if I'm going to say final thoughts to you now, I'm done. Go ahead and give your final thoughts. And you go, can I respond? What did you think I was going to say besides no? I just said, here's your chance to respond. All right. I'll bring him on if you don't mind.
Yeah, I just going to say, hey, we're going to take one more call and then we're going to go to super chats. And when I say we're going to take one more call, I mean, and no bullshit, I'm going to mute myself now because Ben has called 5 times. And last time he called to tell me something I already agreed with. And I know that I will light Ben up like a fucking Christmas tree if we talk. So Ben, when Jimmy brings you on, just pretend like I'm not even here because I'm going to be playing chess or something and not even paying attention. Jimmy, the show is yours.
All right. I'm going to bring on Ben from Washington, who's been on hold for 2 hours and 40 minutes, meaning he has cost me $4 to be on wait when I do the math. Ben, in Washington, what point did you want to make?
Hey, so yeah.
Just kidding. I don't care. All right, let's go on to soups. I don't care either. That's why I said let me.
I went to all the trouble.
I know you did.
I muted myself. Arden is out taking care of the dog. I started a chess game. God damn you, Jimmy Snow!
I don't have
birthday monster.
I don't have the patience for it tonight. We do this 3 days a week. Ben, if you want to call the Political Show, which is tomorrow. I'll be on with Lux. It's probably going to be a birthday show. I might hang up on you again.
To be fair, this is my political show.
That's true
why
too.
Ben
That's
keeps
true.
calling.
But
we just got lots of theistic callers tonight, most of which was great.
Yeah. It's closing in on the birthday, and I just couldn't be bothered for an atheist who is literally supporting Christian nationalism.
Yeah.
And because he's also called in defending ICE. The man has
repeatedly
a government sanctioned murder fetish. I give a shit.
Arden's back.
Yeah, no, I wanted to move on to super chats. We're going to do birthday super chats, all super chats of $10 or more. We will read starting now. But also, I just wanted to say this person who got muted in chat said, well, I can speak of my own personal supernatural experience, but maybe instead of attempting to learn how to debate, you should decide to seclude yourself in meditation and prayer, truly receive his humility. I just think that's really funny, and I wish you would have called in.
Yeah. If you weren't such a coward, I might have done it here. Do you know how many times I've secluded myself in prayer and meditation and debate? Do you know how for 1.5 years I spent countless hours begging God and in prayer and meditation and debate, and all I wanted to be was whatever God wanted me to be, surrendered completely. And evidently, God wanted me to be an atheist that keeps owning you guys without any effort at all.
I'd say my last phase was a very meditative of Christianity. I'd left Mormonism and all that. Was a very like meditative, I'm going to sit with this and stuff. And it is, in fact, one of those states, kind of similar thing happened when I lost my faith in Mormonism. It was in one of those states of meditation and like trying to, where I finally gave myself permission to go, what if I just think about what if God doesn't exist? And that's my last moment of believing. Because it was literally like everything I've known, all these conflicts, all this shit on my shelf that's about to break. What if I just look at the world now with all of those problems, all of those facts, with the framework of maybe it's not true. And then it was done. It was literally like, oh, everything fits better. All of these problems and contradictions, all of it. So it's funny because even this person trying to sneak their own little bit of theism into their own little testimony, and yes, people, go to God, be meditative, learn the actual shit, and meditate on those things. Consider all possibilities and consider whether things you've been told that are possible before, are they possible? Is God possible? Not impossible, possible. Has anyone ever actually shown you that God is a possibility?
I ask this all the time. If you're going to list candidate explanations, you have to show that they are in fact candidate explanations, which means you have to demonstrate that they're possible. So if you want to say it's possible that God did it, you need to demonstrate that. I'm not saying it's necessarily impossible, because impossibility also needs to be demonstrated. If you want to say, oh, that's impossible, cool. What's your justification for that? Oh, well, it hasn't been shown to be possible. No, that's fallacious too.
There's a call that lives rent-free in my mind. One of the Phil bros tried to call in and get Alyssa and Taylor on an S5 modal logic conversation.
Oh,
and granted, they're not familiar with that. And the reason why I don't do philosophy bro debates is it's basically the same reason Yu-Gi-Oh is a terrible game now. Now, the way Yu-Gi-Oh works is you bring a deck and you've memorized your moves and the counters. And so as long as both of you do the memorized move, there's no creativity. There's no, ooh, I just figured out I can. You have to, if they play whatever, you have to have the exact trap card ready to go and the memorized. And so basically the winner is whose memorized responses broke down first. That's why I think those debates are fucking stupid. Anyway, he tried to do S5 modal logic and he goes, do you believe God is possible? And Alyssa literally said in response, well, in the way, somebody might say all things are possible, sure. Which is funny because then he goes, great, so you just accepted he's possible. But if he's possible, that also means that he is necessary because going into S5 modal logic things, Alyssa not knowing S5 modal logic literally just beat him. Because she said, in the way she basically declared, I'm not referring to S5 modal logic because she isn't familiar with it. And yet he went on as though she did accept that. And in fact, she defined that she didn't. And that call lives rent-free in my mind of a person confidently essentially declaring victory when he accidentally lost because she doesn't know what trap card to play. So he kept playing, not realizing she'd already laid down Exodia.
We got super chats.
Yeah,
and I think I have no idea how many there are because I can't see them. And so what was that?
I said Matt doesn't get the reference to Exodia, but I do.
Thank you.
That's all right. Because my biggest objection was when Jimmy said that's why Yu-Gi-Oh is a bad game now, and I was like, what do you mean now? It's always been a bad game.
It used to be fun because it used to be creative. It used to be like, it's why Magic is still good because you all get new cards, but also like you playing with your friends can come up with a unique way to win. But right now, if you try to play Yu-Gi-Oh with somebody, it's literally like, I bought this exact structure deck for like $700 and I've memorized how to win it in one move. It's horrible.
I got it the first time. I was just racking on Yu-Gi-Oh.
Autism.
10 pounds from Barbara Barrett. No context for you. Take my money. Yes, we will take your money, Barbara Barrett. I don't need any context. Thank you.
We're taking, and yet you're the sub. Was that inappropriate? I hope so. Liz Chris says, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Happy birthday, Eve. March birthdays are best. Thank you. Yeah, it's 2.5 hours and I'm on the worst side of 35. I'll be 36.
Part of the problem is that like the birthstones, which is just absolute bullshit in marketing.
Yeah.
Jimmy's on the wrong side of the birthstone because I'm at the end of March. And so my birthstone is diamond, which is worth more than whatever Jimmy's is.
Though it shouldn't be, I would argue.
It
Well, I don't
shouldn't
know
be.
what mine is. Yeah. But
I
diamond
would
should be
agree.
worthless.
I think diamonds are fucking boring. I watch opal cutters.
Yeah.
There are some opal cutter videos. Man, I love fucking opals and the way that they cut through some of them and get the color bars and everything else. Fuck a diamond. I mean, you could hand me a piece of glass. If you handed me a piece of glass that looked like an opal and a piece of glass that looked like a diamond, I'd still pick the opal.
I think diamonds would be cool as a funerary tradition. I like the idea of when I die, my carbon being made into a diamond and somebody wearing me, because some part of that diamond's my pee-pee. Is this me? Greg says, happy Wednesday to the big guns at the line. Matt, your gay homie, Jimmy, go fuck yourself. Oh, Arden, would you get a screenshot of we'll do the hoodie tomorrow, starting at the show. I'm going to have a special birthday hoodie, and I'm not going to explain to people what it stands for. But if you'll show them, they can start thinking up. We're going to give it away to somebody who knows.
Wait, do I know
who can solve the puzzle? It's on Fourth Wall. If you just go and look in the recent things, get a screenshot of the hoodie there, and you should be able to put it up, I think.
Okay, give me a sec.
You can't give Arden work to do if she's got to go through the supers because I can't.
Oh, yeah. Give us the next super first.
10 alleged dollars from Canada, who's probably going to own us in the future. That'd be great.
I'd love
From
that.
Quantum Chaos. Happy birthday, Jimmy. I want to clarify. I only remember because it's my daughter's birthday tomorrow, too. Oh, happy birthday to your daughter. Fuck Jimmy. I don't want to imply I care about your birthday. You didn't, and you shouldn't. I do, but I don't want to imply that. Damn it. Happy early birthday, Matt. Thank you so much.
I'll be honest. I don't really care about my birthday either, but as a creator, I understand it's good to pretend.
I care about, I've never really cared about my birthday. And the older I get, the less I fucking care about it. I will say, despite having triple bypass, I think I am looking and generally feeling better than my actual ages, although I took a nasty spill last week and bruised a rib, if not maybe cracked a rib. Yeah, everything hurts for longer than it used to. So
whereas my colon is older than Matt, it would seem.
True.
So, Jimmy, for some reason, when I log into Fourth Wall and go to the Lines account, nothing pops up. The page is just blank. Sometimes this is fixed if I like turn on a VPN, but I don't think I want to do that in the middle of a show.
That's okay. I'll send you a screenshot over Discord of the mug. Would be better to send because that'll be easier to see the letters.
Screenshot over Discord will be much easier for me.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'll read another one while you're doing
I was saying
that.
the wrestling thing. Hell yeah. What?
Canceled. Transphobic.
I'm destroyed. Hell yeah, brother. I love
Hulk
saying
Hogan
that with
stole
Yuka.
all of that.
What did I steal?
No, Hulk Hogan stole all that. Hulk Hogan is an absolute beat for beat copy of superstar Billy Graham. Everything from putting a hand up and saying brother and the mustache and the double bicep pose and the 24-inch pie. He stole all of that from superstar Billy Graham.
I don't want to ruin it for you because it'll be more fun if it happens naturally. Sometime when you're hanging out with Yuka, just say, hell yeah, brother. And I'm positive he'll respond the way I want. It's the best. Oh, I got to put that
There
on
you
mine.
go.
This is the puzzle for people to cipher. I imagine the third line won't be hard for anyone to figure out. Nobody, we're not going to answer any guesses people put here today. But yeah, this is the merch.
I think
with
I
this
know
on
exactly what it says. I'm going to type it into
Discord,
into vMix.
How do I see it?
You
If
mean
you type
Zoom?
Zoom into Zoom. Okay.
Into Zoom. Sorry.
I've switched this back. You can take it down now. And anyway, somebody who calls in and guesses correctly tomorrow will be getting that for free. In fairness, one of the letters is very easy to get wrong.
I'm pretty sure I'm wrong, but it came to me so quickly I thought I'd type it in. Wait, you got to go back. We didn't do that one.
I hope someone guesses that tomorrow. But no, that's not correct.
Okay. Somebody donates $100 in the next 5 minutes. I will read the thing that made Jimmy laugh and it will be wrong. $20 from Darth Willow. I'm pretty sure Trump would pass any polygraph, even though his every breath is a lie. The problem is he believes every stupid notion in his decaying smooth brain. I'm not old until I'm more wrinkled than my brain. That's very fair. And thank you.
You don't have to screenshot it. You can rewind it. Someone said, oh no, I didn't screenshot. You got replay on. Heisenberg says, just for that very enjoyable chat with Pastor LG. Was that what that was?
Hey, he's a winner. He told us all about it. I don't even look at debates as win-lose things, but to the extent that somebody might ask, have you ever lost a debate? I've always said that I think it may have been the first debate I did with Cliff Connectley. I was sick as a dog, and he was an animated street preacher who was pleasant to listen to and made points, and I was boring as fuck, and I could completely understand. On the merits, I don't think I lost, but debates aren't always about the merits, and when it comes to theater, I would say I lost that debate.
Unfortunately, debates are rarely about the merits.
Yeah, imagine that.
It blows. Darth Willow says, the only designs in my life were from people that had notions of how I'd fulfill some niche in their life. It's spelled N-I-C-H-E, just so you know, for the future. It's funnier that way, though. Anyway, usually at my expense. I'll believe I was designed when someone shows me the blueprints. DNA doesn't count. I like the idea that you spell niche that way as a pun, but that's just me.
That's how I spelled niche for a long time too.
Niches get riches.
That's right.
Oh, this is you. I was gonna
$20 from Eric America. Hey, I love the addition of Giovanni clear shit up. Yeah, he does. I generally don't watch content from other creators, either the ones here on the line or off, elsewhere. I'm changing that a little bit. I have enjoyed going out and finding new content creators that I didn't know anything about. People who are doing amazing work. Arden pointed me to Jovan, and I still tune. I was on his live earlier today, briefly. He's going to be on with me, I think, on the 15th of this month. And I'm finding a lot of people out there who are awful and awful at doing this. But man, I found so many cool people. There are some new folks that's going to be showing up as guests on the line and guests on my show. People that I just stumbled across a much smaller channel doing a live and really liked what they had to say and how they had to, how they said it. And so we're reaching out to get them on there.
I think it's okay for us to say, even though they often stream across from it, I suspect this is true, is for you too. I never watched atheist content almost ever before this year, and now I pretty regularly watch Justin.
Oh, I watch Justin, I watch Blitz, I watch Jovan. There's 2 or 3 others that I'm not going to name yet because we haven't had them on yet. But
yeah. Justin's my favorite atheist creator.
Don't tell him I said so, but Justin's legitimately across the board, even though he's the best at more aspects of this than anybody I've ever met who's ever done it. He's not
real good.
Don't let it go to his head, but
Matt, I don't want this to hurt your feelings, but half an hour in to this show, he said, "Hey, I've got a Mormon on the live. Can you come debate?" He didn't know I was on. I thought about it. No, I'm kidding. I told him I'd do it another day.
You absolutely should have. Justin is, I have my own favorites. I mean,
yeah,
Promise is always going to be one of my favorites. Justin became one of my favorites quicker than anybody. And don't tell him I said so, because we need him to keep working.
Yeah, Justin, I would say independent of Promise is more my favorite as a person, because Promise and I are close. But Justin's just, he's just good.
All right, let's stop blowing Justin because he's not here.
He's also very handsome, and that annoys the shit out of me.
I
You know
knew
what?
it.
Actually, you know what
He's gonna
Justin's really,
contact
really
HR.
bad at? People will ask him for dating advice at sometimes. That he's terrible at because he has hot man bias, and he thinks that everybody can do what hot people can do when they date. Anyway, so John
You can't
says,
all do what I do.
right. Hey, John says, hey, Jimmy, I'm from Long Island. You had mentioned that you had lived in Levittown, 2 T's, by the way, and some of the racist laws still are on the books. They're not enforced, but yes, they still exist in the city code. Do you know why the parkways on the island have low clearance? No, I can't remember. I feel like I've known this at some point. I would have assumed that it was because it was supposed to be only scenic traffic, no commercial traffic,
Oh my God.
but I don't know. What?
I'm mad at where my brain went, and I hope my brain is incredibly wrong. I'm not even going to say it, but I'll type it to you.
I guess I also would have thought they just weren't anticipating semi trucks back then, because I can remember like going to Jones Beach and seeing the pictures of the highway like totally traffic logged, and it was the exact same car. Literally, like everyone had the exact same. I don't know if they were Model Ts or what, but someone's saying redlining, keep buses away from beaches and the suburbs. Oh, yeah, that probably sounds correct too.
All right. Let's get back to supers. $20 from Abstruse Glitch. Loaded question, but what's with the anti-Semitic Jewish deicide blood curse thing in sex and Christianity? Why are they all labeled as Christ killers when ostensibly his death, his passion was the whole reason for his existence? It's in the same vein as why does Judas get grief for betraying Jesus when that had to happen for all to be fulfilled? And it's because we need an excuse to hate people who don't currently accept Christ. And when I say we, I mean Christians. And because there's conflict between Catholics and Protestants, and because there's conflict between Christians and Jews, it's much easier than arguing with them about whether or not Jesus fulfilled prophecy and was the Messiah to just say, you reject him, you don't accept him as the Messiah because your people are the ones that killed him. You hated him the whole time. And that's it.
Someone needs to pay the $100 Matt asked for, because I do want him to read his guess out. I can read some in a row if you wanted to go grab a drink.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll supper through.
Or I could remote in to Arden's and control it. Darth Willow says, prove to me that I'm not a figment of your imagination. Indeed. The funny thing is, the solipsism, and I've heard you respond to it a lot, and there's not a way for me to respond to it where it seems like I'm engaging in good faith, when the main point I want to make out every time someone does it, so I don't even want to engage the argument. I want to point out, how fucking arrogant are you if your go-to for you're doubting my religious belief, in that case, we should question the existence of the universe. That's how far you think you should jump from, like, well, if you're saying that my guy in the sky might not be there, is anything even here? And the arrogance of that position while being called arrogant for atheism. Like being called arrogant for atheism, and you think the universe should be questioned if I even imply you're wrong. And you think you know the answer to the biggest question ever, and it's a dude who gives you special knowledge over other people. But atheism is arrogant. It drives me crazy.
Also, no one else can send $5 super chats. It's just Shannon, because she's special and amazing and part of our team.
We do love Shannon.
Ooh, Shannon thinks she solved the mug.
She did. She texted me.
Well, that's because Shannon is awesome and super smart. $10 from John Sabo 4803. Hey Matt, you didn't get me to atheism. I was already there, but you've taught me how to really think my position out and good tools to do this. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. I mean, all I can do is explain what I've learned and keep trying to learn more. That's what I've done all these years, and keep doing. I'm glad that people find it useful. Genuinely, I mean, I know I don't. Neither Jimmy nor myself do particularly well with praise.
Yeah.
But it is genuinely always appreciated, especially when the trolls are in high form. There might be 2 trolls and 98 people who are like, oh, that was awesome. And my brain will focus on the 2 trolls. And I'm trying to train myself to do that less, including turning chat off on occasion.
I will say, and I know most people when they say this don't mean it this way, and certainly John didn't. But I get pedantic in my head about somebody saying, you made me an atheist. And John said you didn't, which is good. But you made me an atheist. People will say that. And it's good that I think they're mistaken, because I'd be horrified at the idea that somebody picked me as the head of their team, like Republicans. Republicans don't have values, they have a team. So whatever the president does, even if it defies the values they said they had last week, it's right because that's on my team. I'm horrified by the prospect that there are probably subscribers who are atheists because they are weirdly attached to me because I resemble their father or something about psychologically they've glued on to me and they have a parasocial relationship. And so they're an atheist because they think I would approve of them if they're an atheist. That horrifies me, which is why anytime someone says you made me an atheist, I like to clarify you made you an atheist, but I'm happy that I was able to expose you to information that helped you on your journey.
Yep. And it's like, I think I probably said this 100 times. Somebody be like, oh, whenever they get down there, you made me an atheist. And I'm like, no. There were 1,000 other people that heard me say exactly the same thing you did, and they didn't change their mind at all. You did all the work. You were willing to listen and think, and you've watched all these years. You guys have watched how many people don't listen and don't think, and how many of them repeat call in with the same crap or try to present the exact same case that the person 10 minutes before them presented, even though we've already addressed it.
Yeah. I think internally a lot of people know it. It'd be like if I was like, Matt and I have had different speeds of our journey going from liberal to more leftism. But neither of us, and while we've been a part of each other's journey of that, neither of us would go, you made me that way. But undoubtedly things we've talked about led to that thing. And so, I just like the clarification.
Not only that, there's arguments and disagreements that Jimmy and I have had that have definitely changed my mind.
Yeah. Not me. I was only right on those.
Yeah. Jimmy was right every time.
Every time. Yeah.
Just like that guy has won 500 debates and never lost.
Yeah. And I have an IQ of 200. And what's the guy claim? 259.
Yours must be 62 then. 262. Good job.
Erica asks, were either of you latchkey kids? No, because I had a stay-at-home mom who was also a never leave the house mom, like a Mormon trad wife mom, except to go to the store, I guess. So there was no need for a latchkey because there were so many kids at home, and my mom and my grandmother, at minimum, always at home, that when would we have ever needed a key? Oh, also we had a password lock. We had buttons. So kind of. We from a young age, we had buttoned locks.
I was not a latchkey kid, and I can say button.
Yeah, you can say things wrong. Nobody's going to arrest you. Aliashana Silverbow says, that's true. I'm not saying you're old, but your birthday cake set off the fire alarm. Happy birth month to both of you. You're gay, homie. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy.
That's fair.
My colon has felt old for the last 20 years, so aging is just catching up.
You need colon blow.
You guys watched me take it during the show today. I'm kind of colon blowing. Atheist Mechanic says, happy birthday to you both. Great show tonight. Thanks, Mechanic.
Awesome, possum. $10 from Aliashana Silverbow. Aging is like a software update. You don't realize it's happening, but suddenly everything runs slower. Happy birth month. True story.
It's just stream of consciousness. I will say too, of some of the new creators I like, they have profoundly changed, not necessarily specific arguments I have, but I'm less locked into ways I debate because I've watched. In fact, I've mentioned him recently.
Yep.
While I have preached, don't be afraid to say, I don't know. Clearly, I was not practicing that preaching and would get very like, people could easily distract me with, what, and then what was before the Big Bang. Watching Mezzo specifically engage in claims that he doesn't know has removed from me the internal insecurity of ever actually saying the words on a show. He's very good. And the calmer Jimmy that has been as of the last few months is either exhaustion or in engaging with Giovanna, Ari, and Luxander as co-hosts have been awesome.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
And it's funny now because like people be Matt's angry. Yeah, okay, whatever. I don't care.
Yeah.
But it's the frustration and the heatedness. A lot of it has come from not just the tech delay, but also the fact that we've been inundated with trolls. And I want to say, even though I'm not going to say too many nice things about Jimmy, this switch to the vertical format has produced more great theist calls in a shorter period of time than I would have imagined. Like it was week after week of the absolute worst, the most dishonest. And now we're actually getting folks who want to engage and have a conversation. And some of them, may go a bit too far or aren't quite ready. But now things are getting better while the whole world falls apart and gets worse. So that's,
I'd like to debate now. You have an inadequate data set to causation correlation, that thing. He said something nice, so I had to argue. Clyde says, what would have happened if Trump was hooked up to a polygraph? I think he'd be immune.
It wouldn't register anything. There's no brain there to actually control anything.
Has he ever answered a question directly ever? I think it would probably smoke and go like, I don't know what to do. And by that, I mean, it would become so stressed, it would start smoking cigarettes. The machine would. Like, what do I do with this?
I also think that you couldn't actually hook him up to a polygraph because he's got so much makeup on his skin that it wouldn't be able to detect anything.
I need to make a folder to start like putting videos in. When the Ayatollah was killed, some people celebrated, but I got to say those parties are weak. And I just want to know, when the day comes, will the celebrations in the street in America be bigger than the celebrations of the Ayatollah's death? I suspect they will be. I think we're going to like,
it'll be the biggest crowds.
Yeah, finally. Do you remember when Bin Laden died? Do you remember how huge the crowds in the major cities were? I mean, it was bigger than New Year's. It was huge. And I suspect, try to live your life in a way that you're not going to outdo the Bin Laden death celebration, guys, because I have a feeling Trump's gonna. Anyway, Godfrey Good says, I brought up polygraphs on Monday's show. I've been tested for work. The polygrapher, I'm going to say, it sounds more sophisticated, tells you up front that the machine records changes in physio response to cognitive dissonance. Yep. That is based on belief. Right.
By the way, everything is based on belief. Everything you say is what you are convinced of, whether it counts as knowledge or not. I know I'm getting ready to get asked a question about this. I don't know how far down the queue it is, but it's all belief. Yeah. $20 from Darth Willow. My gosh, first of all, huge thank you, Darth Willow. That's incredibly generous. You're making our birthday month super awesome. The scripture that messed me up was Jesus saying that those who love him follow his commandments, and the Father will love them and make himself manifest unto them. Motherfucker never manifested. Exactly.
And that's why
I could not grasp. Now, this is why I say no God has ever cared to demonstrate its existence to me, despite assertions that some God would, and the God I believed in would.
Manifesting's become such a new age term that I hate it. By the way, my brain just went back here. Our guy earlier, I can't remember his name, said belief doesn't matter. The polygraph will tell you what is true, regardless of whether they believe it or not. Can you imagine if that was true? We could literally learn everything by hooking a person to a polygraph, have them guess randomly yes or no questions. You could go through, is the mass of a neutrino, and then just start going through theoretical numbers. And until the yes pulls a true, you'd know the mass of a neutrino. How the apps, I knew it was dumb when he said it, but the size of how dumb him saying it's not based on belief just like hit. Anyway.
Well, you could also go through and ask for things like, solutions to Hilbert's problem, or,
Yeah. Is the answer 6? No. It says it is 6. It says that's a lie. Like, how would it be? Anyway, Sound Jones says, Matt, can you explain the problems with justified true belief? Jimmy, you know what to do, and since it's your birthday, do it twice. Y'all know that I've been in a relationship for a year and a half. I don't have to do that to myself anymore. We just got to switch it to GF from now on, and it doesn't stand for girlfriend. I mean, it kind of does, but GF, GFYGF, maybe.
Well, yes, I can explain a little bit the problems with justified true belief. So, traditionally in philosophy, knowledge has been defined as justified true belief, because knowledge is a subset of belief. Here's all the things I believe. Some subset of those things I count as knowledge. I think justified true belief is a poor, well, I don't think it's what most people colloquially mean. I think really they're expressing a confidence level. And so that's why I prefer a definition of knowledge, that knowledge is a belief held to such a high degree of confidence that it would be worldview altering to discover you were wrong. Because I think that's what most people mean. However, from a philosophical point of view, what we're talking about is in the realm of epistemology. It needs to be a belief. So it needs to be something that you believe. It needs to be true, because how could something count as knowledge if it's not true? But it can't just be a random guess. So there needs to be a justification for it. That sounds great, except that what if you don't have access to truth? There's the problem of hard solipsism and other issues. You may not have access to what is true. You can only have access to what seems true. Similarly, the whole issue is justification. What makes your belief justified? If I'm looking at a cutout of Jimmy on the other side of the room, and I have bad eyesight, and something about it doesn't seem right, and I think it's a cutout because I think I see something that I don't actually see, then despite it being a belief that I have that it's a cutout, and it's true that it's a cutout, and I think that I'm justified, and I would be justified with the correct information, I might not actually be justified. And so that's the whole ball game there on, as we're going to go through and try to take a look at epistemology. How do we know what we know? What is our justification? And this is why I'm an advocate for skepticism and critical thinking, that all beliefs are tentative. All beliefs are less than absolutely certain. And you may not have access to the truth. And the only thing you can do is strive to have the best justification you have, so that when you express a confidence level on a belief, which is what I think most people are doing, it is as close to justified as possible. So justified true belief is fine. It's just not strong enough for what some people try to use it for.
Yeah. Refog in chat said there are idiots who claim that polygraphs can be used on plants. I hear you. I'm still not convinced that our caller earlier, he seemed to think you could use them on pictures, like drawings, which is worse. Idle Bit says, here's 10 times it cost you to keep Ben on hold. Also, happy birthday. I appreciate that very much.
Oh, I completely lost my Zoom window there for a second. $18 from Rebecca Crows. For the polygraph guy finally bringing a novel argument for the existence of God. Maybe. I mean,
The
I'm-
bar is in hell.
Yeah.
I appreciate that it was. The next time somebody asks me when's the last time you heard something new, I can at least point to today.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it wasn't even wrong. Like it was so bizarrely confused
Yeah.
that I can't even. Yeah, I'm lost. Thanks.
Melatonin Ale says, happy birthday month, Matt and Jimmy. I found Jimmy in the Mr. Atheist days. My condolences. When I was in my born again Christian season, I became atheist a few months later. Thanks and go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Hashtag Team One True God Arden. Agreed.
Oh my
With,
God. Jimmy has not read enough super chats from Ale to know that that's Ale and not Ale. Ale super chats all the time. And we've met her in person.
Ale, do you know we do live shows over on my channel now on Jimmy Snow? Because I can't remember. I feel like I, at this point, should have gotten a super chat telling me how to pronounce it.
You probably
I say
have, and
button
you just
right.
forgot.
That's true.
Kayla Albertson, $10. Thank you so much. Yay, screw Ben. That was so funny. I should have known Jimmy was going to do that, but honestly, like it's a coin toss as to whether Jimmy was going to do that or whether Jimmy had seen the previous Ben calls enough to be like, I'm going to light this fucker up and take Matt off the hook. So
yeah, I mean, Jovan insisted on taking Andrew a couple weeks ago. Like, so weird things happen. I don't think we got to the final half of that. I think there was more to
speaking
it.
of Andrew, I gotta finish reading the super chat and then I'm gonna tell you something. Happy early birthday. Have a great day tomorrow. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. P.S. New book I gotta read, The Fort Bragg Cartel. You might be interested. Have a great night. Thank you so much, Kayla. Hey, Arden. Since I didn't watch it and didn't know anything about it until you showed me, you want to tell everybody how Andrew Wilson got schooled the other day?
Oh, yeah. Well, I found out that the girl is a theist, which is a shame because I think she's so good on so many other things, but
I can fix her.
I haven't heard I haven't heard her justification for her theism, so but I'd be curious to. Anyway, it was this girl, I think there's some problems with her, not so erudite, who was debating Andrew Wilson and was talking about Agrippa's trilemma, and Andrew Wilson was basically this is not a completely accurate representation of how it went down, but it basically got him to a point where he was saying like, is that true? And she was like, what do you mean? Is that true? Like it's a dilemma or, you know, a trilemma in this case, but like that's like asking, is a trolley problem true? Like it doesn't make sense. The whole point is that it's not like meant to be solved. There's no like correct answer. And as Matt pointed out, you can have a preferred solution, but that doesn't mean like there is a true or false answer. Anyway, she made him look like a total fucking idiot, and it was delicious.
Yeah, I don't ever watch or hear anything. Well, I'll hear stuff about Andrew from other people, but I think it was one of his trolls in here tonight. This guy is an absolute dishonest fascist, not even featherweight. Like when they weigh his soul against a feather, it's not going to work out particularly well. But for those who don't know, this kind of ties into the problems potentially with justified true belief as a definition of knowledge, because Agrippa's trilemma is about if you're going to try to justify a belief claim or some claim that something's true, you either get a circular reasoning, a flat assertion, or an infinite regress. And so that trilemma, which by the way is like a dilemma, only there's 3 prongs. And so Andrew was not only not familiar with Agrippa's trilemma, but wasn't familiar with a trilemma at all, which means he's philosophically confused about a dilemma. And you can't say, is that true? Which means somebody took a trilemma and put it in a jar that Andrew couldn't open.
Yeah. Andrew Wilson is one of those fraud, only intelligent to dumb people kinds of guys that I suspect he's on route to be president.
Yeah.
That's the
Probably
unfortunate thing. Yeah, like, I mean, let's be real. It'll be him and Stephen Miller on the same ticket. At which case, I'll be voting for euthanasia of myself. Vox of Peter says, after a year and a half of putting half plus of putting up with stupid memes about it, I have to ask, is it actually reasonable to believe that the first assassination attempt was staged? I am still against accepting and believing that it is staged. I am perfectly fine with people who want to say our understanding of what we believe happened or what has been told to us happened is not something I accept offhand. And that I, for example, think, or that some people, this isn't me saying, but I think it maybe he got a piece of glass shrapnel because the cut seemed to have been pretty unimpressive. But I would say that the size of the conspiracy is so large for it to have been a staged assassination attempt that that's still not a very... I find that to be very... Also, if you were going to stage it, why would you stage it so weakly, right? Why would you put, I'm going to cut my own ear in a way that days later you will see I am fine, that the cut wasn't that bad, that I didn't get shot, so to speak. Squibs exist. Why would he not take one to the chest or the shoulder or somewhere, fake take one to the shoulder or the chest? Why would it? It's just too dumb of a conspiracy and too much. There's too many follow-up questions that make no sense.
My quick take is that no, it is not reasonable to believe that it was staged. It is completely unreasonable to believe that it was staged because you don't have sufficient evidence to conclude that it was staged, and there's significant evidence against it. I think Epstein killed himself, but I find it more plausible that Epstein was murdered or that he's still alive than that Trump's or somebody staged that assassination attempt. So no, I have not seen any good reason to believe it was staged. And honestly, I'll stop there because I'll be insulting people.
Yeah. I'm fine with people who want to say, I don't accept the official account in its totality, especially as Trump tells it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That there are facts that aren't right or whatever else. Yeah.
As the bullet ripped through my ear, that clearly didn't happen.
$10 from Space Barbarian. It's not so bad, Jimmy. I'm about 5 years from eating off the Denny's senior menu. Happy birthday, Jimmy. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Doesn't have to be yourself anymore.
That's true. Monster says, Shannon Q, it's my son's birthday today and I'm only on my iPad. So if someone can remind Jimmy that my son's birthday is more important than his by a super chat, that would be very valuable to me. Shannon's son's birthday is more important than my birthday because you're allowed to still... men's birthdays are still celebrated in their teen years, but let's be so clear. And I'm not trying to get on a men's rights things, but once you pass 21, if you're a guy, no one gives a fuck about your birthday.
Jimmy Snow, men's rights activist confirmed.
It's fine. No, but I think that's fine. I think it's fine that they don't. Actually, I like being bisexual because if I want to care, I'll just tell my gay friends. Those guys care.
You don't have any friends, gay or otherwise. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Somebody referred to Javon the other day as my black twin. I forgot to mention that when you brought him up earlier. And I thought that was such an insult to Javon. That is the meanest thing anyone, and they were trying to be nice. That is the meanest thing anyone has said.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that's a good thing. I will say that on the list of, everybody knows Shannon's hot-butted awesome and one of my favorite people, but I don't talk up Paul enough. And for a long time, I was not watching a lot of content. And Paul produces longer content that I often didn't want to put the time into. I'm finding I'm watching even more of Paul's content than I ever have. And loving it. And
Paul is a curse, I think. Extremely great, competent content with a very soothing voice.
Yeah.
That's actually like his one of my favorite voices. And I felt somewhat this way about back when I still was a Sam Harris bro. It's been years now, but Sam Harris was one of those guys where I'd read his book. I'm like, oh, this book's great. Let me try out his podcast. And I'd be like, well, now I'm in a sleep.
Sam never put me to sleep. And when we were touring, I always like all the conversations were engaging. I get that he's chill, I guess, and maybe that's what might end up making folks sleepy or whatever. I never had that experience. I loved talking with Sam. I loved listening to Sam. I just don't always agree with him. And now that he's, in
conversation, I bet
Zionist, transphobic, blah, blah, blah.
I'm sure in conversation I'd be fine. His microphone has a professional mic reading a book or podcast voice. I think he accidentally invented ASMR 5 years before everyone else.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Anyway, Colby says, Jimmy, I need to know what you think about Mormon apologist Jacob Hansen, Thoughtful Faith. He's ducking a debate with me so I could use a laugh. He called the show once. Him and Matt got into it about pronouns. It ended abruptly. I can't remember if he rage quit or got hung up on. And then he went and claimed victory everywhere, like undisputed victory. I asked, well, if it was so good for you, you'll be calling back again, right? And he wouldn't. There was probably a time where I was headed for a debate with him. However, it has been disclosed to me, and I have to be careful how I word this. The church does not consider him a representative of their beliefs. And so to debate Jacob, and I think people, if you're going to do it, you should clarify this. Don't cite my thing because I'm not going to reveal who told me, but I will tell you we're talking level of stake presidency or higher. Do know you are only debating Jacob Hansen's Mormonism, and there are a lot of people. There is the people in Mormonism who know who Jacob Hansen is of any considerable position. I think this is more my assertion. This wasn't told to me. I think they wish he would stop. However, they do not consider him a good representative of the tone or attitude they want their members to engage in, nor actually the information that there are things that are contrary to doctrine that he says.
Also, two kind of quick things.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat pointed out that Bob Ross invented ASMR, and I have to agree.
That's good. That's a good point. Yeah.
And also, you say I had a call from this Jacob Hansen Thoughtful Faith. I don't ever remember it. You could have, if you put me on a polygraph and said, hey, have you ever had a conversation with Jacob Hansen? I'd be like, not that I know of.
Yeah. You're not Mormon, so it wouldn't be as significant to you knowing that he's the YouTuber debates for Mormons. He's terrible at it. Literally every debate he does, the first thing he does is move the goalposts. He'll go, for my opponent to win, and then he'll lay out things that aren't the proposition that they were defending. And I'm saying this when he went up against a Catholic, whom I have no horse in that race. I think Catholicism and Mormonism are both dumb. But I mean, first thing he does is to win, he'll have to do this and this. And if he does, I'll see you all at mass on Sunday. And it literally wasn't the proposition at all. Unfortunately, I didn't watch the whole thing because it just isn't interesting enough. But it seemed to me that the Catholic interlocutor fell for it. I would do no such thing.
Before I read this one, just one quick note for Shannon. Shannon, I think you're right, but then what's not to love? All right. $10 from Joshua Everett. Happy birthday month. I tell myself that proper skepticism shouldn't allow me to be cynical. Did I already read this?
No.
But this world makes it so hard.
Sorry.
You guys help keep me grounded and questioning my beliefs, so thank you. Yes. Yes. Avoiding cynicism is incredibly difficult. And the number of things that my skeptical mind would have been incredibly dismissive of, like living in a simulation, stuff like that, or how do I know I'm not stuck in hell? The current world that I live in makes me at least hang a stronger question mark about whether or not I'm in hell or in a simulation or whether I'm being trolled by the controller of my brain in a vat.
Arden, I wish you would have made your point on air, because that's like a really good point. I would say Paul is kind of the undisputed champion of atheist YouTube at getting pretty high level apologists to engage him from afar and talk shit.
Yeah, I just said that I think all the apologists have like a hate crush on Paul because like I could say there's a sense in which I would think what I'm seeing is confirmation bias, because I only ever see these people talk through Paul. I don't watch any of these people. But the amount of times that Paul can find a clip of Capturing Christianity or some other apologist referencing Paul and that they like something he said is shocking. I'm like, damn, how many of these clips do you have? Like, how often are they saying this?
He gets that shit from Capturing Christianity. I barely remember who he is. He's so unexceptional. He gets like William Lane Craig and Ken Ham's little podcast crew at the place. They'll go off on him. Like he gets the quote unquote and least the worst version of this has ever been used, the big boys to come after him.
True.
I have a coffee cup that Paul made me because of what Cameron did. Paul and I did a collab, which I'm ready to do another collab whenever you want, man.
I want to say that, but I'll be too sad when the invitation doesn't come, because we've collabed before. I had a great time. I've never been asked back, so I assume I did a bad job.
I just assume Paul is busy and I suck and he's better at it than I am. So it's a joy to be asked. Yeah. In any case, super chats.
Melatonin Ali says, more B-Day money. To clarify, Jimmy didn't make me an atheist, but I found his channel after I got more involved in the church and started questioning. Jimmy kept me on the deconstruction track. I think I'm good at putting questions in people's head. I've become known a little bit as the metaphor boy, which is funny because I've also complained about how condescending I find metaphors, which I've realized I mean inefficient and unnecessary. If a person calls in and they say something like, well, how blah, 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 like imagine, and then they give me a metaphor for something I was having no trouble grasping in the first place, and then it's an infantilizing metaphor. Imagine if your mom gave you a lemonade stand. Those people I want to strangle. Anyway.
$20 from Liberty Giblets. Didn't get a chance to bribe you to take Andrew tonight, but take my money anyway. Happy birthday, fellas. Go fuck yourselves.
Andrew didn't try to call. Andrew might be blocked on this number. When he calls to my show, we do a thing now where, and Flibberty knows because Flibberty did last, we put ridiculous prices. And so where it's like, okay, you have a 90-second window before we make the next call. If somebody super chats $200 asking us to take Andrew, we'll do it, but you have to do it in that window. Flibberty did it, and then within 5 minutes of the call, super chatted another $100 to take it back. We're like, never mind. I thought I would like this, but I don't. It was good. John says Robert Moses designed the overpasses to be low so that buses couldn't bring minorities who didn't own cars to the state parks. And happy birthday, Jimmy. Yeah, fucking Robert Moses and Charles Levitt. These people who are heroes in the realty world, and they were like fucking horrible racists.
It's terribles.
All right, the moment has come to read out your guess, Matt.
Hooray!
Wait, is that 100 real dollars?
It's Australian. Those don't exist.
It's probably more than the US dollar now. We're probably tanking.
Yeah, these days.
If not, it will be soon as everything fucking tanks.
Could you pay us in gallons of gas, please?
Happy birthday, Jimmy. All right. Put the picture of the mug up, and I will tell you the guess that I sent Jimmy, which is wrong.
Yeah.
But did make him laugh.
I liked it a lot.
Has Jimmy Snow fucked your butt? Go fuck yourself.
Do you know why it made me laugh so much? Is I now know what Matt thinks I'm capable of. like what Matt thinks I would do, and I love it.
$10 from Clee4068. I watched a Christian nationalist coworker use aerial images of Gaza And he concluded it's not true that Israel leveled many buildings. I've never in my life wanted to punch someone. Hashtag Dark Paul.
One more super, by the way.
It's very telling when they go, you know what will make my point? I'm going to use specifically aerial view. By the way, from which years? Because I'm not going to get into it. Okay. Richie says, hey, Matt, and anyone else interested, check out Rob Ingram, McDojo Life on the Saltwater Experience 2021, where he talks a lot about cults, their dangers, how people get tricked into joining them, and how he started McDojo Life. Maybe.
Give me a second. What I do is when people make suggestions that I want to try and look into, I pull them up in a tab, and then the next day when I have nothing else to do, I pull up the tabs that I have open in that browser. So,
Ali, the mug's not available yet. It'll be available tomorrow during my stream, and I'll decide how long it goes. But there'll be merch. There'll be hoodies with it and stuff. That's not what the letters stand for. Somebody will get a free version who does guess correctly when we get to that part.
All right. Couple quick things. As a reminder, if you are interested in reptiles or exotic pets and you happen to be in or around or can be in or around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, look up NARBC, North American Reptile Breeders Conference. Go to the NARBC thing, look for that. We will have a big 4-table end cap setup with loads of snakes and lizards and awesome stuff. And we're going to have dice that you can roll for special stuff. And it's going to be awesome. I will not have my newest baby, who I don't want to show off because he just arrived today, but I will be showing him off at some point.
Gotta de-stress.
Also, we had a lot of fun, and there were really good calls, and I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the continuing efforts here at the line to continue to make improvements and get more callers and everything else. But if you go back to what I said at the beginning of this show, I'm serious. There are terrifying things going on. We have corrupt individuals in the government. We have fascist Christian nationalists. They're starting wars. They might be starting World War III. These people are targeting anybody that doesn't look like them, think like them. They are scrubbing scientific, factual information from websites. They are putting nut jobs in charge of your health, in charge of your safety, in charge of the protection of your civil rights, in charge of your voting. Do not get complacent, because if we don't do something, and I mean this year, to change the trend, people will be talking about us in 100 years, if anybody's left, as to why we didn't stop our Nazis. Get busy, spread the word, support the content creators that are giving you the truth, the independent news sources. Get out there, help drive the vote, turn Texas blue, turn the world, I don't give a shit, blue, red, purple, pink, turn it back to a sane place where we can work towards rights, freedoms, and a better world. You can do that in part, patreon.com/calltheline, linemerch.com. Like and subscribe here. We'll see you on the other shows throughout the rest of the week, including TACIS tomorrow.
Fuck Ice, release the